nice. It would have been nice. It was that thing with for us.
It doesn't sound good.
Others?
So, are we just going through Rod Machado's complete course? Or are we doing
We're going to do the whole book.
Okay.
So we did chapters 1 and 2 last week. And we're on chapter 3 this week. So I like to start on time. It is 17:01, so we're going to roll. Welcome to Instrument Grounds. Of course, I think I opened. I did not change the title slider. So we're actually week 2. I'm going to start off with, I told you guys I was going to do this, corrections and clarifications from the week before. So I told you in the beginning that I will make mistakes. I'm going to say things wrong, or I will do something confusing. And actually, Wurzel caught something that I think I wasn't wrong, I was confusing. And so I want to clarify it. And we're going to go here real quick. So specifically what I said was that VA is the maneuvering speed of the aircraft, and that if you alter the maneuvering speed for the aircraft, it becomes VO. That's not wrong, it's only incomplete. And I actually have pages of notes here after going down the rabbit hole. Here's the problem. Every once in a while, the FAA will write one thing in one policy and regulation, and they'll write something slightly different somewhere else. So VA is always the maneuvering speed at gross weight. VA changes if gross weight is changed. So if it goes lighter, if the plane gets lighter, your maneuvering speed goes down. Some aircraft have a specified set of weights and maneuvering speeds below that are referred to as VO, as operating speed. Others, you either just, you can calculate it with a little formula. It's 2%, for a 2% reduction in weight, you have a 1% reduction in VA. And you can calculate it out. It's all kind of the same thing. It's all VA. And it is the maximum speed that the aircraft can withstand a direct gust of wind or a full abrupt movement of the control panel without causing damage to the aircraft, because it will stall first. Get that closer?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. So, more importantly, what I want you all to take away from is, when you find something that I said that was confusing or wrong or whatever, if you ask me about it, I will go look it up and try to sort it out. Does that make sense? So, also, if you really want to get into it, the slides will be posted after class on a Google Classroom. The link on the bottom goes to an article at AOPA that talks about it's called A New Look at Maneuvering Speeds. And Rod Machado has 2 video clips, one where he goes into excruciating detail about how to calculate maneuvering speed, and then the other one talking about the difference. Now, he flat out says VA is maneuvering speed at gross weight, period. That's what he says. It's not actually what the FAA says. So, but what you need to know is, you do need to know that VA is only a valid speed when you're at gross weight. And you have to reduce your speed if you're lighter than gross weight to not rip the wings off the airplane. All right. This, though, brought up V-speeds. So you guys are getting ready to do some pilot training. You're going to get into an airplane. These are the V-speeds for November 19698. Wynn looked them up today. VO is not outlined in the handbook, so I did the calculations. That's my math, and hopefully my math is right.
Is the second one right? It's 144. Should that be less than what?
It should be, so my math is wrong. Okay. Ignore that. The first one is straight out of the book. See, now I get another thing to correct. And then I also may have fat finger typed something wrong.
I think it's just type. That's probably 114 is what it meant to be. That's my guess. Instead of
probably I have it on a piece of paper here somewhere. I'll come back to it later. The big thing is, when you get ready to get into a new airplane, you are always going to go find all the V-speeds. It's also just a good way to get into the manual and kind of start figuring out where they put what. There is a standard for how manuals are supposed to be laid out, but it didn't apply until the 70s. So anything built before then, it's kind of hit or miss. Cessna has redone a lot of their manuals into the right order, into generally the right order, but they don't put everything in the same place. You will not find anything in most older Cessna manuals that says VX. You just have to go read in their description of a short field takeoff and find what speed they use. VY. VY also changes based on altitude and gross weight. So what I have there, 82 miles per hour, that's max gross at sea level on a standard day. Anybody know what a standard day is?
59?
59 degrees Fahrenheit or
50 degrees Celsius or 29 to inches of mercury.
perfect. Dylan's on it there. So that 72 miles an hour is the slowest VY that you have, and that's at 1,700 pounds at 15,000 feet and 5 degrees Fahrenheit. I should put the F on there. If you ever look at like how your VY intercept, I forgot. I went down a rabbit hole I hadn't gone down this morning, but there's a graph where you'll see that the slope of the VY curve intercepts with another slope over your LD max, and then that will tell you what the service ceiling of the aircraft is. That's as high as it can go. It will stop because 72 miles an hour at 1,700 pounds at 15,000 feet, you aren't going to get very much lift, in a 172. And then color coded on the VSI. VSO. What was VSO? You know what VSO is?
I should, but no.
Stall speed with no flaps? Or with full flaps?
Full flap. Everything out.
Stuff out.
Everything out. VSO. So VS1. Kanan?
VS1, I think is kind of,
Think of the one as an I.
yeah.
Everything in. So it's the clean configuration. If it's a retractable gear airplane, it will also include the gear retracted. So, but it's the flaps up. Anything that's going to slow the plane down is in. That's VS1. VSO, everything's out. And then VFE. Okay. Now, I didn't put it up here. Some aircraft have a different speed for you not putting in the first notch of flaps. Did we say one of the 172s actually has a?
Yeah, I believe it's Bravo Tango, and I believe you can go above it. I'd have to check again for the exact speed, but first notch of flaps, and it has to do with the new engine and everything they put on it.
It's part of a modification to it, but so and then like I have my 340. The first notch of flaps, they actually call them approach flaps, and they can go in at 40 miles an hour before everything else because they're split flaps. They're specifically designed to just put drag in. You cannot slow the plane down without it. So, and I have spoilers. So, all right. So VNO is 140 in this airplane, and then so that's the bottom of the yellow arc, top of the green arc. And then VNE 174. All right. I saw somebody take a picture of it earlier, but you should dig through the POH for the plane, kind of find all those things, get them written down. This is one of two things we're going to talk about today about familiarizing yourself with a different aircraft. And then we're going to actually talk about how we're going to do that. All right. So now I got some review questions. What are the requirements for applying for an instrument pilot rating? All right, and we're just going to do this kind of discussion stuff. So, what do you have to do to apply for a instrument rating?
Be a private pilot?
You have to be a private pilot, at least a private pilot. It's a weird thing. You can be a commercial pilot without an instrument rating, but you have a restricted commercial license. So, all right. There's one. I'm asking these because they will come up specifically on your oral test more than anything else. There's a couple of them that can pop up on your written, but you don't see them very often.
Third class medical?
You have to have a third class medical. There are exceptions where you can use basic med. You have to have at least a third class medical most of the time. Okay, and that's not actually on my little cheat sheet here. So
40 hours of instrument time?
Yep, you have to have 40 hours of actual or simulated instrument time.
About 15 hours, the double I.
15 hours have to be with a double I. So you have to have at least 3 hours in the last 2 days, in the last 2 months, 2 calendar months, which that is you're going to learn calendar months and 60 days and things like that mean different things. So you have to have a 250 nautical mile cross country. Do we remember talking about this last week? And that's one, I think I said repeatedly, you will make sure that you have a conversation, and when you plan that out, that you're going to meet all of and exceed the requirements. What's one of the other requirements other than a 250 nautical mile cross country?
Land at
Two
2 different airports. It said in the book.
2 different airports.
Probably do three different approaches.
There you go, 3 different approaches. And there's an entire freaking debate and multiple dead forests of trees about what constitutes different approaches. It used to be you had to have at least one precision approach, one non-precision approach, and then you had to have one that was with a different form of navigation. Well, with GPS taking over, some places have trouble meeting those requirements. Like, it's physically difficult. So, there we go. Can we do any of the training in the Sims?
A lot.
Yes.
I don't know how much it
20
was.
hours.
Up to 20 hours with the AATD, the advanced ATD. You can do up to 10 hours in the basic ATD. We will do some stuff in the basic ATD. It's just smart. It's much cheaper for you, and it's set up with the scan technique that we're going to work through so that you can kind of learn that technique. And there's another one. You have to have logged ground training. And this gets people in trouble because a lot of people will do like online schools and things. I owe you guys logbook entries. Well, I'm figuring out how I'm going to handle that between attendance and that is, but so we will put logbook entries in the back of your logbook probably. My logbook is different. It has ground school in my regular flight log. So I've always had to log it differently.
Can we do 4 flight entries?
What's that?
We do 4 flight
We can do 4 flight entries. I'm 100% digital guy. I haven't updated my paper logbook in about 150 hours.
So for 4 flight users, we should send you a request after each session. Just talking.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you're going to be a professional pilot, I highly, highly, highly recommend getting 4 flight. I'm not a 4 flight salesman, but what I will tell you is they have the most robust architecture out there. Their system works. People can work with it. And if nothing else, you will have a digital logbook. If you decide to go to a different program later, it will export directly to Excel, and you can go from there. And then finally, English. One thing I will talk about is, and I should have gotten to this, you should know how to find this in your FAR aim. All right? Does anybody know what part it's in, other than Virtual? Because I know you know.
It's going to be 61.
There you go. Okay. Why is it in 61?
61 is about the pilot, 91 is about the plane, and the rules are.
So 61 is specifically about certification of the pilot. Okay? Pilots, flight instructors, and other crew members.
Easy way to remember that: 61 is how you get your license. 91 is how you lose it.
There you go.
Yeah, make them
91, part 91, which we're going to be in a lot, is the rules of flight. Specifically, the rules of flight for non-commercial operations. So like non-chartered air carriers, non-121s, non-135s, those sorts of things. And as we throw those numbers out, when you hear a number come out, you should make a note of it, and you should go look it up. All right? If you don't and the lesson English. This is a question that you will get at, that people get asked on their orals all the time. You have to be able to read and speak the English language. How is that demonstrated?
Reading and speaking English.
Reading and speaking English language. If the examiner has concerns about you, he will make you do a demonstration to the FSDO. And it's a pain in the butt. I have never seen it done with a pilot, although I know it happens all the time with like the Chinese pilots that come over to get trained here in the States. I've seen it done with mechanics though, because we get Taiwanese students. So there. But you should be able to, and in fact, start doing this now. These kinds of questions that I'm throwing up, I'm pulling them out. These are mostly out of Jason Shappert's book.
It's right here.
Pass your instrument check, right? But look in your knowledge study guides, those kinds of things. Start now and go, and when I give you an answer like this, go look it up at night and tag that part in your manual. If I'm asking it, it's because it's probably going to show, it has a high likelihood. They're not all going to show up on your walls. Unless you get a 71 on your written test. Because you get more questions then. All right. So, kind of next question, what areas of operations should the pilot be proficient in? One of the things you'll see in 61 is there's a section that talks about what the requirements are. So, like, how old do you have to be? What kind of citizenship do you have to be? Do you have to speak English? Then there's a knowledge requirement, and it'll tell you what all the knowledge requirements are. And then there'll be another one that says experience requirement. You should be able to find all three of those.
Now, I would like to interject something. So, very early on in the start of the book, it has all the regs that you should study if you're going for a certain license. So, if you guys do have it open, super early in the book, they'll have, like, for the private license, study these sections. For the IFR license, study this. For commercial, here. And that's a very, very good place to start if you're just looking at your FAR-ing, trying to find some regulations. And
there's
that
also
might apply to you.
ASA has a really good FAR-AIM app. It's $10 and they update it every year for free. I've had mine for like 10 years. And it's searchable. So it's nice to have it in your pocket and go from there. All right. So what areas of operation should a pilot be proficient in for an instrument rating? What's that?
Instrument scale.
That's what I was thinking. So it's a little more broad than that. So, in fact, I don't think we went over this last time, so I'm just going to throw the slide up.
I do not remember that.
All right, you have to complete a practical test. You have to be competent in pre-flight preparation and procedures, aircraft control, instrument flying, navigation systems. So scan, yeah, but navigation systems, approach procedures, emergency procedures, and post-flight procedures. This, and I'm winging it on this one. I believe if you open the ACS, the Airman Certification Standard, which is downloadable from the FAA, I believe that is basically the table of contents for the different areas. What I will tell you is if you get asked this, what areas of operation should you be proficient in? Grab your ACS and pull it open to the very front, because that's what you're going to be tested on. So that's the areas that they think you need to be proficient on. All right. Can you name the compass errors? There are 2 compass errors.
Lagging and what's the other one?
It's not called lagging.
It's not called lagging.
Deviation and
Variation.
variation.
Yeah.
Or was that
What's
magnetic
interesting,
compass? Or was
the
it?
magnetic compass, but those are not the errors. Deviation is, what is deviation?
Magnetic deviation is set for each aircraft, or is that the isogonic lines? I mean, there's 2 different ones.
So, deviation,
Yeah.
you were headed down the right road.
Okay.
Okay, so deviation is errors induced in the specific compass in a specific installation due to metals and electrical signals inside the aircraft. And how do we correct for that?
There's usually a chart in there, right?
Yep, it's called a compass correction card. They literally take the plane out, put it on a compass rose, point it north, and they see what the number says. And then they swing it around. It's entire. If you ever want to see how it's done, like the list is very specific. You have to swing it a certain way, certain number of degrees. If you swing it in 30-degree increments, you document it all. Then you have to turn everything on and do it again, and you get 2 lines of corrections. Okay, so that is an error. That's not what's typically referred to as the compass errors. Okay, so
Acceleration and deceleration?
so acceleration errors. That's one. Okay, since we got the acceleration errors.
Do you remember the acronym for that?
Yep.
And
Yes, so it's ands, and what's the other one?
who knows?
Yes.
Okay. So acceleration, deceleration, what does and stand for?
Accelerate north, decelerate south.
Okay, and when do you get the acceleration error?
When you're on north-south heading. East-west. Oh.
There you go. You had a 50-50 chance on that one. So when you're going east or west, and it's when you accelerate, the compass will swing to the north. And when you decelerate, the compass will swing to the south. And then when you stabilize at a speed, the compass will autocorrect. And it is most noticeable on an east-west heading. It is not effective on a north-south heading because it can't swing north or south. Is that making sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, ANDS is the acceleration error. All right, and then the other one, we said UNOS is the correction. So what does UNOS stand for?
Undershoot north, overshoot south.
Okay, so these are turns onto north or south. So if you have to undershoot north, they're turns onto north or south. So what is the error called?
Turning error.
The magnetic turning error. See, I was leading you. All right, so, and they're most prominent on turns to north and south. You still have them if you're doing like a northwest or southwest turn. All right, why do we care?
Because it's ugly if we try to follow the compass when it's erring.
That is actually absolutely correct. The way we would really say it is that the compass is only accurate when you are in straight and level flight. So anytime you're in straight and level flight, you can look at the compass. You should look at the compass correction card. Most people don't. They just read the compass and take it. Compass correction errors are usually pretty small, and if they're big, the mechanic will try to do something to mitigate whatever was causing the error. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't like to leave that error in.
Or we dealt with that recently.
So, okay, so, but what you want to know is we have to set the directional gyro, also called the heading indicator, to the appropriate magnetic heading, right? The only time you can do that effectively is when you're not turning, speeding up, slowing down. When you're straight and level flight, then you're good. You set it. The trick becomes if that heading indicator fails and you have to use that compass to navigate by, you need to know that if you turn, there's going to be an error, especially bad as you're going to north. And there's all kinds of rules of thumb about that, rules of thumb about how to correct for it. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. We're not going to spend thousands of hours on this. Read them. The reason we're not spending thousands of hours on it is they're not that big a deal. You make the turn, you stop, you know that you want to undershoot north, and it's, what is it, 1/2 the number of degrees based on your degree of latitude. I don't run with that in my head all the time, so.
Oh, you sure did right there.
So, but what I'm saying is, and I'm not even saying that rule of thumb is right. What I'm saying is, you turn, undershoot it by 15 or 20 degrees, let the compass swing up, and then a shallow turn to finish it off, and you're good, going to the north. So undershoot north. When you're going to the south, turn to a heading of 180, and then go to like 5 or 6 more degrees, slow down your turn, and let the compass catch up with you. The other thing is compasses rock and sway and swing and do all kinds of things. You need to know those errors, though, because we're going to talk about doing timed turns, and you need to understand why we want to do timed turns. You know what direction you're going, your heading indicator fails, you need to understand the compass isn't accurate when you're turning. So you use time turns and other tools to include correcting for the dip or error. Dip error only happens if you speed up or slow down, and it's only really bad if you speed up dramatically. And the planes you are flying do not speed up dramatically. So, all right. So when can a magnetic compass be considered accurate?
Straight level.
There we go. See, this is just a test to see if you're listening to me. Yes, and I forgot your name.
Mirror.
Mirror.
I'm not really supposed to be here tonight, but I do have one question. Is that also true when you're using like electronic compass, or is that just with a mechanical magnetic compass? So if you have...
That's a super complicated question. The truth is that most of the time, like if it's a remote magnetic indicating compass, where the flux detector is way out in the wing, usually they don't have those compass errors. Vertical card compasses, very often, some of them are electric. They have a flux gate out in the wing. Others just have a little compass inside and they got gears. They, however, are most often less susceptible to it because the gear mechanism dampens all those oscillations. So part of this, and I like to call it like it is, we care about the magnetic errors because you need to know them in case you have the need to live off of your magnetic compass. In the modern era, it is very rare to have to go to compass turns nowadays. The airplane that you guys will train in, you will never end up in a situation so bad that you absolutely are relying on the compass. And, okay, you cannot use a portable GPS device to file and fly IFR, except when. There's one time.
Emergency?
Emergency. Do we all run around with iPads nowadays? Who here does not have an iPad? At some point, you'll probably have an iPad. I'm just going to tell you that right now. You have so many ways to get that data now. Exactly. Your phone, whatever you got to do to get what you need to get. But for the written test, they will ask you questions, specifically acceleration, deceleration errors. You will get questions about deviation and variation. The reason I wasn't bringing it up is that's actually more in the nav section. So you're not wrong, though, about it is a compass error. Deviation is a compass error. Variation is not a compass error. It is just a fact of isogonic lines and the fact that our North Pole doesn't align with our North Pole.
Isn't that lovely?
So, but you all understand that, right? The geographic North Pole, which is the axis upon which our Earth spins, and what we call true north, does not coincide with the magnetic North Pole. The magnetic North Pole doesn't even stay still. It moves, which is why when they update the maps, and if you go to Coeur d'Alene, runway 20220, it used to be 119.
Same here.
Same here? Okay. Well, it makes sense. 220, you're about due north almost from Spokane. The isogonic line moved enough that they renumbered the runways. It's not like the pavement got up and moved. So, the line moved. All right. So, straight and level. Okay, how can you ensure that your altimeter is true and correct? What's the process?
Correct it to pressure and then density, I guess. If you want to do that.
How simple this is going to hurt your brain. What's that?
Listen to AWAS and
Listen to AWAS.
what the Colesman one did to the altimeter setting.
To the current altimeter setting and
Check and make sure it's the field elevation.
within.
100 feet.
75.
What's that?
75.
Plus or minus 75 feet. So this is one I almost guarantee will be on your orals. Might be in your practical, but so yeah, you literally listen to the weather. You listen to the weather. You dial the Colesman window, and then you see if you're plus or minus 75. Can you fly if it's outside of that window?
Probably.
Yes, you actually can. Why can you?
I honestly don't know. Because it's not 1 year mandatory.
It's not in the regulation. It's in guidance in the AIM. Okay? Should you? Most of the time, no. There are weird exceptions. Like if you know that you're flying into just marginal VFR, and you're going to take off from fairly decent weather, but you need to get through a layer of clouds. Would I do it to get back to have my mechanic fix my plane instead of getting charged somewhere else? Probably. I also have 4 altimeters in my plane, so I just use a different one. Weird. But so, yeah, but this is something that I almost guarantee you are going to encounter at some point. If it's not on your written test, it'll end up on your oral or practical. Because one of the things you are expected to do as an instrument pilot is all of the instrument checks. So as a private pilot, you were told, right? You start up the engine, you wait. Your attitude indicator should be up and erect. How soon? no more than 5 minutes. You get time for vacuum to start. Most of them come up in seconds. And if it takes you 5 minutes, you are getting to the end of life for that piece of equipment. But so you make sure the attitude indicator comes up. And then when you're taxiing, you're supposed to watch it. It's not supposed to tip more than, anybody know? 5 degrees. So these are all things that you need to find the answers to. So what I'd say is just make a note to look up instrument checks, pre-flight instrument checks. A fast way to start that lookup is to look at the ACS, because it'll tell you what the standards are. And then you follow up from there. All right. Does anybody know what the 4 types of altitude that we talk about on a regular basis are?
Well, there's density, density altitude, pressure altitude, true altitude, and absolute.
You are spot on, man. That is absolutely perfect. That's how you want your oral answers to come out. Just boom, 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 boom. Because then what they'll ask you to do is, okay, so tell me the difference between the 4 types of altitudes, right? So what is pressure altitude?
True altitude corrected for difference in pressure? Or is it just, true altitude corrected for difference in pressure?
Pressure altitude is the altitude displayed on your altimeter when set to the pressure.
Sorry. Close, but not quite. Pressure altitude.
Non-standard.
Is the IFR one or the?
Yeah, IFR.
That's the IFR one.
Corrected for non-standard.
Thought you were in this class.
Yeah, I was going to say. Hopefully I'm in the right one. It's Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, Mondays.
Worst day of the week.
Okay, so all altitudes are representative of measurements from a specific datum, a specific level. So pressure altitude, if I told you it's measured from the standard datum.
Pressure altitude is the altitude your altimeter reads when it's set to sea level, or to your standard. What is it called?
Standard pressure.
Yeah.
Corrected for non-standard pressure.
Do you know what pressure altitude is? This is actually a private pilot question.
Yeah, well, I should. It's the
So if I tell you that it's measured from the standard datum plane, what is the standard datum plane?
sea level.
No.
29.9.
What was that?
29.9.
29.92. Pressure altitude is when you dial 29.92 into your Colesman window, and that is measuring from the standard datum plane. If it was a standard day, that would be sea level, but it's almost never a standard day, okay? But pressure altitude is the starting point for calculations of other altitudes. So with that in mind, pressure altitude is the starting point. What is density altitude?
Pressure corrected for temp.
Pressure altitude corrected for temperature. And what is density altitude really? Why do we care?
It's a warm day will decrease the performance of your plane.
Okay, you're absolutely correct. An easy way to put this to an examiner. Density altitude is the altitude the aircraft feels like it's at. It's how the engine breathes, and it's how the wings lift, and all of that. So when our density altitude here at, what are we, 2,300 feet here? So we're 2,300 feet here, and when it gets to be 98 degrees outside, and we're suddenly at a density altitude of 6,000 feet, I'm just winging a number. Do not check my math on that. But with 6,000 feet density altitude, you are going to have to roll further down the runway than normal. Your climb out's going to be a little more anemic if you're at gross weight. It's going to be just a little slower. But you need to know. What's up, Pete?
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, man, I'm going to talk to you if you want it.
Sounds good.
So density altitude is just the altitude the engine feels like it's at. It's also the density of air that's going into a normally aspirated engine. So a non-turbocharged engine is going to be thinner, so your plane is going to generate less power, and the density of the air that your propeller is trying to take a bite out of is thinner, so you're going to get less thrust from a propeller-driven aircraft. So all of those things come in and conspire. It's one of the reasons why people that live in the mountains like to get a turbocharged airplane, because you get around the crappy engine and suddenly you can take off at a lot higher altitudes. You can climb a lot better at altitude. You get all because that turbocharger overcomes that lack of oxygen, that lack of air going into an engine. If anybody hasn't told you this yet, it's not really fuel that makes an engine run, it's air. It takes 12 parts of air to 1 part of fuel. So you need air for that thing to breathe. It always gets enough gas. In fact, the bigger problem is it get too much gas. All right, so we talked about pressure, we talked about density. True altitude, I'm just going to answer this one. That is your altitude above mean sea level. So true is measured from mean sea level. It is your, I'm going to say this wrong now, isn't it? It's your density altitude corrected for non-standard pressure. Did I get that right, Bertzel?
I think you true altitude when you correct for non-standard pressure gives you your pressure altitude, and then when you correct for non-standard temperature, you get your density altitude.
So I think it's a little weird to talk about it going in reverse there, since true altitude is just that altitude above sea level.
It's measured from sea level.
Yeah.
And then absolute altitude. Do you remember this one? Because I remember I brought it up last time.
It's the altitude directly above the ground you're playing. So
Exactly. And if you were flying over and a laser was pointed straight down, and in fact modern GPS actually do this, if you watch your height above ground, HAG, or different ones have it written different ways, but it'll keep going up and down and up and around here. You know, if you're in Kansas, it stays the same. But around here, it will radically, in fact, I did a flight with Callie and David, yeah, that's right, David the other day. And one of the things I did, because I was vectoring him, David was flying the plane, I was vectoring him, and we were trying to get back for this class. And so I was cutting something off, and I didn't want him to have to do a bunch of climbing. And I'm sitting there doing vicious math about our route, and so we flew over a point at 500 feet. And I'm watching, but I was watching the height above ground on the GPS going, okay, did I calculate that right? And I'm looking out the window, he couldn't see out the window, so. And then he got an altitude warning because we crossed at 450 feet.
That knob right here.
What's it?
That knob that went from
It was over in Montana. So we were coming from Kalispell? Yeah, from Glacier. But yeah, I just picked a straight line and cut them off. And then I was rapidly doing map checks, that sort of thing. So, okay. And then you got mechanical, so inherent altimeter error. That's like drag on the needle and just installation errors, things like that. Altimeters get old. But the biggest one is that high density air is squished into tighter layers than low density air. So even though 1 inch normally means 1,000 feet, it might be that 1 inch means 900 feet or 1 inch means 1,100 feet, depending on the density of the air in the space where you are at that moment. Most of the time that error is too small to care about, unless it is a dramatic difference in pressure and you're close to the ground. Does that make sense? But that is why, if you're below 18,000 feet, you'll constantly get, every 100 miles in theory, you get an update on your altimeter setting. And the response is to tell them the altimeter setting they just told you. You are acknowledging that you received it and set it. Does that make sense? And when we get into comms, that won't make sense. But you've flown IFR, haven't you? Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. If you're under 18,000 feet, they're just constantly giving you updates. Above 18,000 feet, everybody flies 29.92 density altitude, and they're called?
Light levels.
There you go. All right. What are the types of airspeed? I showed you 4, but we're only going to really talk about 3.
true, calibrated, and indicated.
Oh, look at that. Bang on. Okay. So, since it's on the top of my list, what's indicated airspeed?
Altimeter.
It's what?
Sorry, airspeed indicated.
It's literally the numbers you read off the airspeed indicator. That's all that means. Okay, what is calibrated airspeed? How do you get that?
POH? There's a
100%. There's a chart in the POH. That's the only way to get it. It is specific to every make and model of aircraft. Some aircraft, it's actually specific to that aircraft, depending on what else is installed anywhere near the pitot-static masts. Okay. Indicated, calibrated. So what is true airspeed?
It's the speed the aircraft is actually traveling over the surface.
And how do we get it?
With math regarding our wind, density, altitude.
We use an E6B, and we calculate it based off of the calibrated airspeed. In theory, if you want 100% accurate true airspeed, you have to use the calibrated airspeed and the current outside air temperature. Do you know the factors here?
So essentially, you take calibrated airspeed and you correct it for pressure and density, or I guess pressure and temperature.
Yeah. So, and at some point, she's going to teach a lesson on how to do that with the slide rule style E6B. So again, you will want to be able to do that for your written test. It's the one that might pop up. You very well might get a true airspeed calculation. For your orals and practicals, they will. In fact, by regulation, they now have to let you use ForeFlight if you want to. Actually, what it is they have to let you use an electronic flight book, an EFB. But they are also going to ask you how you would calculate, how you got to the answers you got for like a flight log. We're going to do a full flight log in here. In fact, she's going to be a massive help on that because, frankly, I haven't done one in a decade by hand. Because once you've done one, I mean, you guys have just got your private, or still working on your private. They're a pain in the ass. And ForeFlight is 1,000 times faster. But you do need to be able to see, because every once in a while, ForeFlight will spit something out that is wrong. And you need to be able to figure that out and go, okay, that's not right. 99% of the time, it's because you put something in wrong in your flight plan. But you have to be able to catch it and go, oh, that doesn't make any sense. And then you also need to be able to look at it and go, okay, if I've got a true course of 270, why is this thing giving me a course correction of 170? Why is my heading 170? Well, it's because you got gale force winds coming from the side. I had one leg on my most recent trip. I had 78 knot headwinds going over Montana. It happens, but you need to be able to look at it and go, okay, can I actually make my fuel stops? Is this going to work out? Because I had to change my whole route. I ended up flying much lower than planned. All right.
I'd also like to point out that the GPE that we use loves these types of questions. Absolutely loves them. Doesn't care if you use ForeFlight, you're still going to get one question kind of like this. Whether it's density, altitude, or correcting the airspeeds, you'll do something like that on the check ride.
So as we move forward, that's what we're going to head to. This institutional knowledge I don't have. That's why we have teamed up for doing these classes. All right. So, heading indicators. I flipped my slide before I asked my question. All right. So, why do we have to set the heading indicator in the first place? Why isn't it just right?
Doesn't know where north is.
That's true.
I can give you probably not the correct answer, the accurate answer, but it has to do with how the gyro works and turns. It slowly will get off. So as the gyro spins and if the aircraft's not straight, level, and at a constant speed, every time that changes, it can change the gyro setting.
Every single thing you said is 100% accurate. It's not exactly the answer to the question I asked, but it's absolutely correct. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the question I asked was, why do you have to set it in the first place, like when you first start up?
I can give you a pretty silly answer here. When you shut the plane down, the vacuum stops working, and we like to tug the aircraft around a lot. Which means when you start it back up, it's thinking that this is north.
So yeah, if the gyroscope isn't spinning, if you turn the plane around, the gyroscope just goes wherever you turn the plane around. The gyroscope in a heading indicator is mounted horizontally, like this. But it is free to turn all the way around. That's how the thing works. It's got a gear out here that turns another gear that turns some more arms. When it spins up arbitrarily pointing in whatever direction it was pointed in. So, how long do we wait for it to spin up?
5 minutes is the
5 minutes is generally the standard answer for that. It should spin up to full speed in less than 5 minutes. A brand new, good, fresh out of the box one will spin up in seconds. They spin up fast. One thing to do when you turn an aircraft off is sit and listen. Because if you start hearing rubbing sounds or like grindy sounds, you probably have a gyro going bad. And that's a good way to catch it. I mean, you will hear it. They make a distinct sound, so it's unpleasant. But then once they spin up, so this thing is supposed to, so north is supposed to be that way. My thing is split this way. You use the compass sitting on the ground because if you are not moving, you are in straight level unaccelerated flight. You are not changing speed or direction. Get it pointed. And then when you taxi, you're supposed to check it to make sure that it's maintaining headings. So you should glance down. A good place to glance down is when you turn onto the parallel taxiway, because that is going to have almost every airport that has a parallel taxiway, it's pretty close to the same heading as the runway, and you're going to at least be able to go, yep, it's close, and then you get up there. Also, when you turn onto the runway, if you've set it before and it's up and spinning and working, you should be seeing the runway heading. Now, if you go, and the nice trick is just put the heading bug. If you have a heading bug, you set the heading bug to the runway heading, so when you turn onto it, you go, yep, I've identified I'm on the right runway. Point it the right direction, and that sounds funny, but if you've ever gone to a place that has a 9,000-foot runway, you do a mid-field takeoff. I have twice watched guys take off the wrong direction. They were in the middle of the field, they're in a plane that can take off in 600 feet. They've got 2,000 feet of runway, they turn, they're like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to go this way. And off they go. So twice a year.
And you get the beautiful call, like possible pilot deviation, got a phone number for you.
Well, both times I saw it was at a non-towered field, but they had called the whole time where they were going with it. Shit, they were telling us where they were going and it went the wrong way. And then a perfectly brand new gyroscope, in theory, would not precess appreciably unless you were doing some really radical maneuvering. So all of your discussions are about if they're a little worn, if you're doing radical maneuvers, they'll start to precess off. But there's also something else that happens. Do you remember? I talked about it last week.
When you turn 180 degrees?
So when you turn 180 degrees, the precession is a little off. If you go up 360, what happens? It cancels out. But the bigger one is, why do we have to reset it every 15 minutes? At least.
Oh, the Earth turns underneath you.
The Earth turns underneath you, north moves. Magnetic north is moving 15 degrees an hour underneath you. So you have to continue to search for it. All right. And I'm going to move forward because I'm behind on time. So I got a bunch of review slides in here. You will notice that all of these, so that little squiggly symbol tells you that that is a regulation that you're looking at. It literally stands for part, actually it's section, you're right, section. So, but it's section 91.205. So when I post these slides up, I would suggest going on and looking at the rest of the review questions that I threw on there. Because here's a good hint. If I made a review, if I took the time to type the review question, it's because it's something that'll pop back up. The other thing is I may grab those and bring them over for next week. But we're going to do this at the beginning all the time, trying to prime you guys to go, okay, Bill's going to start asking us questions. I want to show up ready to answer questions and go from there. All right. So now we're going to talk about a plan for the scan. So instrument scan is the fundamental skill we use to maintain orientation of the airplane, so that we know where we're going, how we're going there, maintain control of the airplane. For an instrument pilot, this is the ultimate skill that you need to build. This is the baseline skill that if you don't have, you can't do anything. All right. Now, Dave talks about this with me a lot. He's like, the challenge you have is people get in a big hurry because they think learning to be an instrument pilot is learning to fly approaches. They want to go do approaches. They get in this hurry to go do approaches. That's not the fundamental skill. That is actually the end skill. And so you kind of got to play your scales before we start putting you on to play a concerto. You've got, and so you're going to spend at least 6 hours just learning how to kind of understand where the needles are and what they're doing, what the gauges are telling you. Today, we're going to run through not just a bunch of words about what the book said on how to do the scan. I'm going to give you some tools for how to learn and memorize these things. And frankly, I didn't know them very well, so they've been developed by me over the course of the last couple months. Like, this is how I've kind of tried to cram this stuff into my head. The whole reason this is up here is this is straight out of the book. And I wanted to remind myself, Rod Machado says it, Dave says it, I completely agree. The reason I am a crappy IFR pilot is because I never got my scan as good as it should have been before I started trying to fly other hard stuff. And everything you fly after you get your scan done is easy. Like, it's weird. Flying in the simulators will do you so much good because they're so much harder to fly than an actual airplane. I am dead serious. They are much more sensitive, and they don't have the same kinesthetic feedback, so you have to pay more attention. They will wander off on you faster. They're less forgiving, and I can fail and throw weather in and do all kinds of crap on top of that. So,
Yeah, they can put 4,000 pounds in the baggage compartment.
yeah, that's a failure that happens. All right. So there are 3 fundamental skills of attitude instrument flying. Does anybody know what they are? If you did the reading? 3 fundamental skills of instrument flying. Do you remember?
Aviate, navigate, communicate.
No,
Always the
although
right answer. Always.
that is almost always the right answer. Yes. In this case, there's a better answer. All right. So
Cross-check is one of them.
cross-check is absolutely one of them. So cross-check.
Instrument interpretation.
Okay. I'm okay if you grab the book and cheat. And what's the third one?
Aircraft control.
Okay. So, what is, oh yeah. So, cross-check. Now, I'm going to literally read this. The continuous and logical observation of the instruments for attitude and performance. And I emphasize logical because here's the big thing that I think most people don't get taught early on, and it makes it so much harder than it needs to be. You don't have to look at every instrument all the time. Everybody tries to look at everything every time. You're wasting your time. It's not possible to look at it, interpret it, and understand it all at the same time. So the trick is to learn where to look when. All right? So there's 2 famous errors. This will come up on your written tests. I almost guarantee you'll be asked either about omission or fixation. What is instrument omission?
Not looking at the instrument you're supposed to look at.
And I like how you said that last part. Say that again.
That you're supposed to look at?
Not looking at an instrument that you're supposed to look at. That's omission. It doesn't mean that you didn't look at all the instruments. It means that you didn't look at the right instruments for what you were trying to do. All right, and then fixation.
Fixating on an instrument.
Okay?
Staring at it without scanning and continually moving.
Yeah, so you lock eyes on something, you fall in love with that instrument, and you never look away from it again. Okay. I was originally told that people fixate on the attitude indicator. I have since learned that that is bullshit. It is absolutely wrong. So, in fact, the only instrument you should look at for any appreciable amount of time is the attitude indicator.
I'm guessing people fixate on their airspeed experience.
No, airspeed is not actually bad. So,
I would say the altimeter or the heading.
those 2. And you know why? People look at them and try to will them to get to where they want them to go. Okay? How long does a standard rate 180-degree turn take?
A minute.
1 minute. 180 degrees, 1 minute. It's a 2-minute, 360-degree turn. 1 minute to go 180 degrees. Do you have any idea how long a minute actually is in an instrument scan? It's a long damn time. So if you are 170 degrees out from coming in, should you be looking at your heading indicator? No! No! You want to be looking at your heading indicator in 55 seconds. You want to be there then. So that goes back to, so instead, I am fixated on my heading indicator, waiting for it to come in. Okay, because you don't want to overshoot. So you don't want to overshoot your turn, you don't want to overshoot your climb. If we climb at 500 feet per minute, how long does it take me to climb 6,000 feet?
12 minutes.
12 minutes! 12 minutes! That's a long time. Do I need to look at my altimeter during that time? No, a quick glance to make sure it's moving. And if you're doing a standard rate climb, I should be double checking my VSI to make sure I'm climbing at the rate I want. But I don't need to keep staring at that thing. I have actually now gotten to the point where I set alarms. I will, on a climb, I calculate it when I'm on the ground, I take off, and I will set an alarm to look at my altitude in 10 minutes, just to make sure I'm on track. And then I have an altitude alert. Well, we got an altitude alert in.
Oh yeah, in the plane when you're 200 feet up.
It beeps at you. Nice. Work with that stuff. That stuff will save your life. Okay. So anyway, we've talked about fixation and omission. I guarantee you will see those at some point in the 3 tests you take. You are going to you're going to get questions from the examiner. You are going to see it on a written test. All right. Interpretation. So interpretation is looking at and making sense of what you are looking at. And interestingly, the analog steam gauge dials individually make more sense to us. They are easier to read than the modern glass cockpit. The problem is they're too far apart and they're disconnected mentally, so you have to do this processing where you put the picture together in your head. Also, they're not always as intuitive as you might like. On the flip side, the glass panels, we talked about this a little bit before, the tapes can be counterintuitive to read sometimes. And you've got to read digitals. If you're reading digital numbers, that takes you longer. Your brain does not interpret that the same way as just a sweeping hand. And I should have taken a picture of my panel. My panel has one of the most beautiful things I've ever learned about flying networks, most elegant answer to something. Do you remember what we say when we take off in the Twin? When I'm checking the engines?
Nope, not coming to my head right now, sorry.
Okay. 2 Mercedes.
Oh, never mind, I did remember that.
You remember that? So why is it 2 Mercedes?
Because it looks like 2 Mercedes symbols.
If your 2 engine instruments, which have 3 needles in each one, so you're looking at 6 needles at the same time, you can glance over, and if they look like 2 peace symbols, like the front of 2 Mercedes, you are in the green in all 3 dials. So when we ramp up, and I do a lot of short field takeoffs because, well, this is considered a short field for me. Holding the brakes, and I'm pushing the throttles forward, and I look over, I just go 2 Mercedes. We're good. The guy at the Flight Sim Center was the one that pointed this out to me. I'm like, that's so awesome. Learn how to pick out those interpretive things. If you're looking at the altimeter, and it's moving up, and you're expecting to be in a climb, and it's turning like a clock going up, it's going the right way. Your brain will... That's interpretation. You don't have to get down to the nitty-gritty every single time. All right, aircraft control. So we are going to talk a lot about pitch, bank, power. Pitch, bank, power. We're going to talk about the pitch instruments, the bank instruments, the power instruments. We are going to talk about how attitude plus power equals performance. And what does attitude mean with an airplane? Anybody know?
The angle of the nose.
That's part of it. Now, some people will tell you that that's the attitude. That is technically the pitch attitude. So if I told you there's another half to the attitude, what do you think it is?
Power? No.
Pitch attitude?
Bank.
Oh, bank attitude. So the attitude is the physical orientation of the airplane in the air. Okay? And we talked about this a little bit before. So you can have a pitch high wings level attitude, and you can be climbing, which is what people expect, all right, because you're at full power and you're at the right configuration to climb. You can also be just maintaining attitude, mushing along. Or you can reduce that power quite a bit, and you can be descending in a pitch high attitude, right? If my attitude is, we'll say, more or less 0 pitch, and I'm banked, what's going to happen?
You gonna turn?
Exactly. Am I going to have a good turn? Not unless you use the rudder. I mean, that was kind of a trick question. But so attitude plus power is performance. Whatever attitude you put the plane in and the amount of power you give it, it's going to do something predictable. So get that wrapped in your nugget. It will make your landings better. It will make your flying better. Now you see below that I wrote pitch plus power plus configuration equals performance. So that's from a company called Pilot Workshops. Okay, so Pilot Workshops. You remember when I told you there's all kinds of great resources out there? They didn't even make it on my slide. I can't believe they didn't make it on my slide. I have at least 8 of their books in my box right now. They have an online course that's $89 called the Lost IF or the
Missing lessons.
The Missing Lessons. Yeah. Awesome. Absolutely fantastic. And so that pitch plus power plus configuration actually comes from the Missing Lessons. It's just a different way of saying that the attitude, the configuration they added is, are you flaps in, flaps out? Do you have spoilers on? Do you have the landing gear down? And so there's a worksheet we're going to talk about. I forgot exactly where I stuck it in here, but all right. But we're going to talk about this. Jesus. That pitch plus power plus configuration. That's the second thing you do with any airplane that you get into for any period of time. Is you're going to sit down and determine roughly what pitch up, what does 5 degrees pitch up do? What does 6 degrees pitch up do? What does 10 degrees pitch up do? They have a method, and you've got a handout that we're going to use to discuss it. I'm not quite there yet. When it pops up on the slide, we'll talk about it. I use slides to keep me on track because I talk and I go down rabbit holes. All right, way of the scan. In the book, Ron Machado talks about 2 different scans. Does anybody know the 2 different scans?
Control and performance concept, primary and supporting method.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the control and performance concept. Conceptually, it is a very good thing to understand. It's actually designed for like big metal flyers. So like your heavy jumbo jets, things like that. They really leverage control and performance. The reason though was because they had better instruments than we did in little planes. That's kind of going away. But the concepts behind it will make you a better pilot even if you use the primary supporting method. All right. You are 1,000% guaranteed to get questions about the primary and supporting method on the written test and your rules and practicals. So part of what we're going to do is talk about ways to study to learn those so that when you get ready to take those tests, it'll go easier for you. And I will tell you right now, man, I really struggle with those things. And now that I kind of figured this system out, I can't rattle them off the top of my head all the time. And there's a section in here where I really stumble through. I'm just flat out trying to explain it hurts my head. Because you kind of get to the point where you just do the scan. And these words become just words. It's like driving your car. When you first started, you had to, like, I hold the brake, I turn the key, I put the gas, and then later you're just like, all right, hey, car, you're like, yeah. I was about to say, did you get the part like, hey, hand me my beer? But no, we don't go there. I'm from Idaho, though. So, all right. So control and performance concept. Control and performance concept is 100% attitude plus power equals control, or performance. You have control instruments, performance instruments, and navigation instruments. All right, and this is that statement. I just saw you kind of roll your eyes back there. You had a funny look. I forgot your name. I'm sorry.
I just looked at this paper here.
I forgot your name.
Jasper.
Jasper. Yeah. So, So, by the way, most of these hard to read things are in your books. You should absolutely just be flipping along. I try to. What's that?
Right, 3-7 for that.
There you go. Figure number 10. Right. So I try to stick pretty close to the order of the book. I do change a couple of things to make it easier to follow. But so if you think about it, so the control instruments, you control attitude. And what we say the two attitudes you can control are?
Vertical and bank. What's the first one?
Bank and pitch. All right. What is the only instrument that tells you both bank and pitch information?
Attitude indicators?
Absolutely. Right. Look. Okay. So obviously, the attitude indicator is your, I'm going to say this right, control instrument for pitch and bank. It's how you set your pitch and set your bank at a certain number of degrees of nose up or nose down, left or right bank. So what are your power instruments? What instruments tell you what your power is at?
Tachometer.
Tachometer, and then I'm going to teach you this now because it'll make life easier for you in the future. If you have what's called a controllable prop or a constant speed propeller, you will have a gauge. It's called the manifold pressure gauge. In those planes, you also have a tachometer. The tachometer tells you how fast the propeller is spinning, and you use it to set the propeller's spin rate. In a constant speed aircraft, the throttle changes the manifold pressure, which is the amount of air. Remember I told you the engine runs on air? It changes how much pressure is pushing air into the combustion chambers. The two together give you a actual power setting.
Is that what the second circle is right here?
Yeah, that's where you see. That's why right here.
Right here, I think performance.
So no, we're on control. TAC is non-performance. Okay. Control instruments. You've got attitude indicator, and then the manifold pressure gauge and the tachometer. All right. So.
Hey, Bill, can I interrupt you for a sec? So one of the hangars just had a pipe that burst, and they're going to shut the water off in about 10 minutes if any of you guys need the bathroom really quick. So the water might not come back on today.
That's good to know.
All right. If we're all good, then we'll keep going. I just wanted to let everyone know just in case.
Yep. If you need to use the bathroom, just go use the bathroom.
Does water dispenser take water from that? Or is that?
No, that's separate.
No, that's different. Just the one in the room over there.
Okay.
The one out by the.
Yeah, that's different.
So now, to make this simple, the navigation instruments will just make sense to you. It's like the GPS and your CDI, your course deviation indicators. Does everybody here know what a CDI is?
I know what it is. I've never used one.
Okay, so,
Nice.
but what a CDI, so a CDI shows if you're left or right of a course or a track, okay? It can be coupled to your VOR, to your FM radio. It can be coupled to your GPS. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. It used to be coupled to your Lorans. Not anymore. But the big thing is they just show if you're left or right of track. But they're a navigation instrument. You'll notice that they have the HSI, horizontal situation indicator. And that's the little squarish looking thing with it looks like an octagon with a circle in the middle of it. That is two instruments jammed together ultimately. It is really a heading indicator with a CDI in the middle of it. And the beauty of that is back before we had moving maps, it would turn so the CDI was just logical. If the bar was out of the way, you flew to the bar and sucked it back in. All right? So you will see CDIs. Actually, what you'll see is an HSI representation in glass cockpits. That's what the little representation is. But it's really two instruments. One is a navigation instrument. The other is a heading instrument. And it's really just a super fancy, automatically orienting directional gyro.
How come your VOR is not on here?
VOR?
Yeah.
Because your VOR is a navigational radio. It's not a flight instrument. It's a navigational instrument. We'll come back to that. I'll have to catch you up a little bit, Travis. Tristan. My apologies. But so the VOR, you go down a weird rabbit hole. VORs are radios that tune into a navigational frequency. The instrument that guides you to it is called the course deviation indicator.
Okay.
Okay.
So how to use a CDI before. I just always call that VOR.
Okay, yeah. So the thing is, a CDI can actually be switched to read off of your GPS, and then still getting navigational information. It's just getting it from a different source. And as an IFR pilot, you absolutely need to know what source you are on at any given time and how you switch sources in your aircraft. Okay, so I'm going to kind of blow past the navigation instruments because we haven't had navigation classes. We haven't talked about that stuff. And it's not going to be pertinent to the rest of the conversation about the instrument scan. I do want to talk about performance instruments. So, other than the control instruments, the other 5 instruments in the 6-pack are the control instruments. You make a movement on using the control instruments, and then you see what performance came out of that. You should have an idea what that performance is going to be. It is always going to be a little off. Why?
Because the wind and stuff, outside weather changes.
Yeah, and not so much wind. There's no such thing as a standard day. Everything, all of your performance is predicated around a standard day. But today, you may be in higher pressure, lower pressure, higher temperature, lower temperature. Those will make minor, small changes to what actual performance you get at that second in time. All right. So, and then I blew this picture up. So this picture is in your book. It's figure 11. But so you use, in the control performance method, you set an attitude, you set a power, and then you check the other 5 instruments to see if you're going the way you think you were going, the speed you think you should be going, at the altitude you think you should be going. And if you are not, you come back to the control instruments and you make an adjustment, and then you go back and you check the other 5 instruments. So the whole thing is, you don't just stare at all of them. You look for ones that aren't right, and you fix the ones that aren't right. I'm going to hammer this into you. You always fix altitude first. Then you fix heading. Then you fix power. Altitude, heading, and then airspeed. Altitude, 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 altitude.
Because you may be fixing altitude with power, correct?
You may be fixing altitude with power. You may be fixing it, but the big thing is, the way they keep you from running into other airplanes in the sky is 90% by keeping you at different altitudes. You fly over or under each other, and there is only 500 feet of separation between VFR traffic and IFR traffic going. Okay? Because, VFR traffic, we all fly at the plus 500s. So, 9,500, 10,500. Well, IFR, you're flying at 9,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. So that's how they keep you all separated. So if you move more than 300 feet in elevation off of your assigned altitude, you violate it. And you will probably get a phone number to call. If you are not supposed to deviate by standard, I think it's 10 degrees. I just looked at it today for you, too. I think it's 10 degrees left to right, plus or minus 10 degrees.
For the heading?
For the head.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, look, I'm 2 for 2 right now. For the standard for passing your test, it's plus or minus 100 feet. Violation's 300 feet. All right, so we train, the standard to get your license is even greater than the standard to not die, which is probably nice. But the fact of the matter is that if you are 20 or 25 degrees off on heading for 2 minutes, it doesn't make a big enough difference for ATC to ever call you. Because you have a 4 mile wide, you got 4 miles left or right of the center line of whatever you're on, that they're going to keep cleared out. And as long as you stay in there, you are actually, under certain circumstances, told to S-turn. It is suggested that you S-turn if you think somebody's overtaking you. It is suggested that you S-turn if you think somebody's coming head on. You're supposed to make yourself visible. So, in VFR. In VFR, you were, even if you're on an IFR flight plan, you are still responsible for seeing an employee. But heading changes, you have more time to fix, and you are less likely to cause something that's going to kill you, and you're less likely to do something that's going to lose you your license. Plus, airplanes are inherently more stable on their directional axis than they are on their pitch. So, fix the pitch. Don't be off pitch. That's my big mantra there. And in airspeed, you are supposed to fly within plus or minus 10 knots of your airspeed. You are supposed to report an airspeed deviation of more than 5%. I can't remember. We will get there in the communications class. Go back and look at it. I think it's 5 knots or 5% of your planned true airspeed. I have never, ever, ever once had anybody care. They know that in a piston-powered aircraft, they know you're setting a power setting and you're going to get what you get on that given day. So you should have some idea what it's going to be. And you're going to be close. You're going to say you're going to fly 100 knots and you're going to fly 104. That kind of thing. All right. So this was the instrument cross-check for... Why are you not doing what you're supposed to do? It's for the control and performance concept. And again, I don't want you to spend exceptional amounts of gray matter sticking this in your brain. This is for down the road if you decide to fly heavy metal for FedEx or something. But the concept of I set an attitude, I set a power setting, and then I should come out roughly where I think I'm going to be is 100% accurate. You should have that in your head. And that goes to the pitch plus power equals performance or anyway. So this is the sheet you're going to fill out. This, I made new ones because I modified them a little bit, just a tiny bit. We'll hang these on the portal at some point. So when you get ready to do the sim, the first day you do the sim, we're going to start you on the ground and you're going to take off. And you're going to go, and you're going to do a VY climb in the sim, and you're going to figure out, so what power setting, which I'm going to help you out on this, it will be full power. Because you're in a single engine Cessna. You need full power to climb. If anybody ever tells you to climb at less than full power in a very small plane, question that dramatically. Anybody know why?
You know the chance of stolen?
No. I'm going to tell you about the engine. Do you know why?
We've always trained to make sure you get the max and get your altitude in case you want to get back. Type thing. But
Yeah, part of it. When you are taking off, you have poor engine cooling because you're pitched up. So the air is not flowing quite properly through the engine. You're also at a max power setting, putting the most strain on the engine that you can possibly put on it. So because of this, most carbureted engines have what's called an acceleration pump. And when you're at full throttle, it pumps extra fuel into your carburetor, which goes into your intakes, which cools your intakes it makes up for the lack of cooling air. You are burning rich, so you're making extra carbon and crap like this, but you're also keeping everything from getting too hot. If you ever do this, I've seen guys do it, they think that they're saving their engines by baking it and flying off at 85% power. They're actually tearing up their engines horribly because they're overheating, their intakes are overheating the top of the pistons, the insides of the cylinders, and they'll generate cracks in the piston heads. If you are in a normally aspirated, carbureted engine, you need to go full throttle. Unless your pilot's operating handbook specifically tells you to do something different, full throttle. Now I say that all because you're going to go full throttle to climb. And that's a mantra that you can kind of stick in the back of your head around here. You're going to go full throttle to climb. The plane does not have enough excess thrust to do anything else. And it's not turbocharged. My turbocharged aircrafts, when we get into certain climbs, we go to 75% power for climb because I've got excess power and I will blow my engines apart.
that's what we had on the 210. We always pull it back. We will just climb.
Yeah, so did you have a turbo? Yeah, you have a turbo. It's shoving extra air in there. So yeah, you're going to drop the nose to get better cooling. But, all right, so you're going to take off, you're going to do a VY climb. Then after you've gotten up and clear of all the obstacles, you go to a cruise climb. Cruise climb is kind of a roll your own a little bit. You look in the book and you find out, okay, how fast do I want to go versus how fast do I want to climb, and you pick it. You're going to do the VY climb and figure out what your power is. What pitch do you have to be at full power to get VY at the settings that we're taking off? So here at 2,300 feet, how many degrees of nose up do you need? It's probably going to be somewhere between 5 and 7 degrees, maybe 10. I don't know in the simulator. We're going to do it in the simulator because you're going to practice this at least once, where you're going to build this whole chart by doing a flight profile where you take off, cruise climb, then you're going to cruise. I suggest you cruise at 75%, 65%, and 55%. Very often what that will be is 75% is the max continuous operating speed of the aircraft, and 55% is usually somewhere in the neighborhood of the max duration flight. So you're figuring out what power setting with what nose, what pitch setting, and then do I have all the flaps out? So takeoff, you're going to be in clean configuration. You just clean. Flaps will be up, that's it. Off you go. And then you see what airspeed and VSI you get. Now on a VY climb, you're setting the airspeed. You picked it. It's going to be, you may know,
85.
I have to go back and look at my chart. Actually,
65.
Was that? Was it 65?
Are we assuming we're using 698?
Yeah. It's going to be VY.
It's 82.
That's what it's going to be VY. Is it 82? Yeah, it's 82 at sea level.
65 is the VX.
So you may want to look up. 85. 65 is VX. You are correct. VX is the best angle of climb.
I was wrong, because we're actually asked for VY.
I did. I asked for VY, but I heard you say 65 is VX. So VX is for obstacle clearance, short field. So then you are going to do the same thing with descent, and then approach speed level off. And approach speed is going to be faster than your final approach. It will probably be 90 miles an hour, or 90 knots, depending on how the aircraft is written. That's just because it's a fairly standard thing. And at 90 knots, a 450 foot per minute descent is about a 3-degree glide slope. So you're going to learn that that's super useful later. But you're going to fill this entire scene out. And if you look, it's in order from takeoff, all the way, takeoff, cruise, approach, missed. And you're going to build that profile. And that's going to teach you, all right, I know that to get that performance, I need to raise the nose this much, I need to push the power this much, I need to be flaps up or flaps down or whatever all the answers are, so that you have some idea of what the plane is going to do in different power and configurations. We're not going to do one here. That's something you'll do individually with me in a sim, and you'll do it on the BATD before we do anything else. You'll do it the first time we get in the AATD. You'll do it the first time we get in 6, 9, or 8. Did I get that number right?
If you got it right.
I'm still learning. 6, 9, or 8. You will build your own, because it's different for different people. Why would it be different for different people?
Wait.
Actually, that could affect it. That was not what I was going for. Parallax error. The height you sit and where you position your seat will change how 7 degrees or 6 degrees or 5 degrees looks on the attitude indicator. It will change how you see things. And you're going to choose a power setting. Well, that will change which attitude you use to get to where you want to get on some of the settings. They're your settings. You have to figure them out. They're going to be damn close to each other. Don't get me wrong. But the other thing is going through the process. Doing it 2 or 3 times will help you understand why the plane does what it does. My one and only private student I've ever done. That's a weird thing. I've never done anybody. I do. Before this, I've only done one private student to completion. I've done lots and lots and lots of intro rides and lots of like check ride or
Flight reviews.
flight reviews. I do flight reviews all the time, which those guys will scare the crap out of me.
I can attest to that.
Yeah, but yeah, the one guy that I took through to graduation, he did incredibly well in one of his videos. We spent a ridiculous amount of time on just flying around and me going, okay, make the plane go 35, make the plane go 75, make the plane go 65, make the plane go 90, make the plane go 90 and climb, make the plane go 90 and descend, make the plane go 65 and climb, make the plane go 65 and descend. And that guy, when he got ready to do landings, could put that thing on a number. He does it better than I do. I mean, because I tortured him a lot. All right. So anyway, we're going to build these. Building these will put you in a position that when you get in a new plane, when you start switching, you will very quickly be able to go out and go. You might not do the whole thing, but you'll see if it's close, and then you go, okay, because Cessna 172s, these two out here both have different landing profiles. I'm right on that, right?
Yep. One's miles per hour, one is not.
So, all right. It is 1826.
Can we take our break now? We need people to move cars so they can shut off the power. Not the power, the water.
The water?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take a break. We will be back in here in 15 minutes. So that'll be, Jesus, 41. I can't do math.
So
41.
we use the restroom before we move our cars because they can't turn the water off anyway.
Be quick. I would say be quick.
Where's their valve at? Is it?
So they said that we need to move them from the front of the hangar right here. So
Oh, well, that would be my car.
over here. That's my car too.
There's clear space back
Was the first flight from the Learjet guy's hangar, whatever that is?
No.
No. Okay. I'm going to.
What happened to the water?
Going off.
So apparently when they put that thing in, they put something in wrong, so it wasn't actually causing any problems. It was just blaring for no reason.
Okay.
What's that?
That's good.
Oh, the septic alarm at the jet hangar was going off.
I came up here to check on some stuff. It was really annoying. I hate those things.
Yeah.
They're designed to be annoying, like you.
Yeah, just snack a water bottle for you. So how's it going out there? They blew up the pipe or they froze?
So the pipe froze when we had the cold snap.
But it's not, is it the one in the wall right there? Or is it actually in
No,
the
that's where the
concrete?
line is that they need to turn off.
Ah.
They said they needed the cars out of the way.
So is it the line coming in from the county waters?
I have no idea, honestly.
Oh.
It's not a Northern Yards hangar. It's one of the ones down the line.
I was gonna say the water would be fine if
Ah.
I bet Pink's never been so damn glad that we didn't own the hangar. It's not going to be our expense to fix.
It's not in his hangar though, is it?
So it's the hangar that we have the plane in.
Oh, it is the hangar.
But we don't own the hangar.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the hangar owner has insurance.
He was They're actually all required to and they're required to send it to us.
I feel like I need to go back and do ground school.
I know, I was sitting through regular ground school tomorrow night too, so. I should be doing that this stuff. I'm going for my check right. Yeah. Did you actually have a cigarette lighter and Pete's plane? Put the little things in?
I did not check.
Okay.
And you got us like some of those cigarette lighters that say fire missile.
Yeah.
Me Jack.
Yeah.
But I don't think Dave would like to put that in the plane and started pressing them.
That was like April 1st, April Fool. He's up there and put it in the 1968.
That's what we do all the intro rides. Yeah, this is for our missiles.
Oh, join that button. That's the eject button.
Isn't there a version of a 172 or 182 that military put like rocket launchers on?
There isn't anything that they haven't put rockets on.
There was one in some other country where they had I don't know where it was, but they had a big machine gun mounted in one. I think it was like Egypt military or something random like
I've
that.
seen where they
They had a
take
big
the
door
jumper
cut
planes.
with like a.
And they'll say like, tell me in the regs where it says I can't.
Well, it was so crazy. The recoil from the gun was so much that the guy had to counteract it with rudder to keep the plane going straight. When they fired the minigun out of the side of the 172, it was some ridiculous. I don't know why they would do this kind of thing, but yeah.
Can I buy a plane to do that?
I mean, yeah.
What I want to get is one of those the Egyptian military uses for what they're called. They're a little prop plane, but they're a fighter.
Oh, is it like the Wolverine?
Yeah, I think.
Have you seen the Wolverine?
Maybe
They've also got like a $2 million or $3 million price tag.
Yep.
If you got that kind of money, I wouldn't mind
I would pay for that.
some of it because you got to pay for all of it.
Oh, sorry for the distractions.
It wouldn't be entertaining if there weren't distractions.
Are we keeping her on track tonight?
I'm at 30 of 74. So I'm just a little behind, but I had to
Not
skip
too
a
bad.
bunch of review. I meant to do a review for 30 minutes, so I definitely had too much.
That's what I'm kind of worried about. Like, well, I have 7, but I don't know how long it's going to take people to respond. Yeah, kind of.
Torture. We'll go faster if you guys know the answers.
There you go. You don't have to sit here so long.
You're gonna be till what? 9:30, 9:45.
Midday.
We know the answer.
Well, I'm not on my honeymoon for the next one. I'm filming material actually, so I'll be able to study for the next one.
I'll stay here till 5 o'clock tomorrow. Just keep going. Finish up
Just
ground.
Iron Man through it.
Yeah. Gotta be here for ground school anyway, right?
Yeah, you can just sleep right under the table there.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's sleeping bags every
I have binge watched Sporty's instrument course straight through without leaving my living room, except to go to the bathroom occasionally.
How long is it?
I think it was 16 hours.
I gotta say, I panic read the oral exam guide the night of my check ride.
So, but I also do things like I'll put things in double play mode. Like, if it has the ability to speed it up, I speed it up.
You'll just listen to them sound a little squeaky.
Yeah, well, modern technology actually got rid of the chipmunk thing, so they just talk fast.
I do that with my books.
Yeah.
Audio
Like, we'll
books.
just listen on, we'll just listen on like 1.5 speed.
Oh, I don't do that because I already go through audiobooks too fast.
Or I listen to audiobooks at 3 times speed if it's on Audible, unless they're speaking with a British accent. I have to slow those down. Or if it's certain women, if their voice is too high pitched, because I have a constant ringing in my ear, and so I have to like get it to the right speed.
There's a cool thing called Speechify,
Mm-hmm.
which you can literally just take a picture of a page of a book, and it turns it into an audiobook, which is in paper plan.
You know, I'd be very interested. Take a photo of one of those.
Yeah.
Start reading out the
That's the
figure.
idea is use it to read through every little number in the entire. So it would quite
Okay. Fig 10.
So
Yeah.
Rod Machado has an audiobook of this.
Oh, great.
How much does it cost?
Spendy, it's Rod. And it's also weird because it comes as like a zip file with MP3s, and you have to put it into iTunes to get it on your phone. Actually, he's got he has an app on, I forgot about this. He has an app on iTunes, and if you buy the Audible, you can still download the MP3s, but you can play it through the app. I have the app. So I downloaded it because then I can play it through books, and it keeps better track of where you are. I just like the setup better. But, yeah, I listen to a lot of audiobooks. I had one year I listened to more than 100 books in a year. So.
I have a question on that far aim for phones.
It's ASA's far aim.
Is it just $10 to buy the whole thing and
Yeah.
update it every year? Or is it
Yep.
yearly subscription?
Nope, it is $10 and you own it.
It's cheaper than the far end, is it?
I think so.
Did you get the little tabs?
I actually don't know. My sister had these, and I was like, yeah, I'm stealing
So
your
do you
tabs.
keep them on backups now?
That's what I was like,
Whatever, keep a paper thing in the front place.
That's what I was
I use these tabs.
Paper?
I steal your tabs.
I carry 2 iPads and an iPhone.
Staples movie.
And so in my plane, my IFD and my PFD also load plates.
Well, Tristan, I was going to ask,
So-
how did you feel about you
Those are
guys immediately
Jefferson
getting
ones.
married, and then you're like, all right, now all my time.
Before I signed up, I made sure she was okay with that. But
It's probably smart.
Probably very smart.
yeah. Well, it means that I get.
So this is the far aim I was talking about.
Make more money for her. So.
ASA far aim. I can't see how much it is because I already own it. But yeah, I bought it years ago. And the other thing is, if you buy it on your Apple account and you have an iPad and an iPhone or whatever, you just dump it on all of them. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this. And then
Some like tech innovations.
I went skydiving.
I don't know.
There's a free one on there, but
Yeah, there's a free one.
the ASA one was.
Oh wow.
You guys be careful about free stuff.
Sorry, it's this one right here.
It was ASA for $10.99. That's what he saw.
Is that down?
It'll be like $9.99.
You gotta watch out. There's also a FAR AMT, which is great if you're a mechanic, but
Yeah, I have it too.
not necessarily great if you're.
Won't do you won't get the aim if you do that one. But so
You need it if you're a mechanic.
yeah, this is the one you want is developed by ASA. I'll tell you, if you're buying like study apps and things like that on your phone, ASA, go with them. And then I showed.
Oh, so the other one has 4.7 stars.
Yeah.
And far more people reviewing it.
What's that? The other one?
Oh, the other one, the one like tech has 4.7 stars. The ASA is 3.3.
I don't know. I also have not had a reason to buy another one. So, and then this is on Audible. This company, Airman Audio, has actually taken like the Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge, several others, and made really good audiobooks out of them. I was explaining to the private class, because they use the PHAC as their textbook. Yeah, the way I keep up with them is I listen to it while I'm driving up here. This company actually took like some of the sidebars and broke them into pieces and inserted them into the text where they made more sense. And it's read by a real person. It's not a computer voice, that kind of thing. So, yeah, these are my big thing for if you drive a lot or travel a lot, this is the way to get some stuff done. I can't remember right off the top of my head. But I also have weather flying. Let's see. So you can also get the passenger instrument check ride. I think you can get it on. I know I have the private pilot and the passenger instrument pilot check ride as an Audible book. by Jason Shappert. Aviation Instructor's Handbook is available. Mike Bush on engines. I don't know if you know who Mike Bush is, but he's kind of a famous mechanic for ruffling feathers. He writes for AOPA, and he's got some super, super strong opinions about the worthlessness of some of the things that we do to engines, and he is big on running them past TBO. So, I was trying to see. Stick and Rudder by Wolfgang Langowitz. Every pilot should read it. It was written in like the 30s, I think. It's unbelievably good, and it holds up. So I told you, I read a lot of books. Anyway, I was trying to see. I don't know if they have the instrument flight. And
when you're done, ForeFlight also has the FARS available in the documents panel.
Oh, and I'm not surprised. I have always liked the ASA app because I'm comfortable with it.
A little
And it's
easier to
searchable.
navigate with the search functions.
Yeah.
A little easier to get around.
All right.
I use it in the shop actually pretty regularly.
Yep. There. And it's man, I'm not selling any of this. I don't get commission on it. I'm just sharing with you like different ways to get to where you need to get. All right. So primary supporting method. Told you we were talking about pitch, bank, and power. First thing you're going to learn is what are the pitch instruments. All right. And I struggled with this for freaking ever. And in a minute, I'm going to show you a way to kind of think through it to make it easier. Bank instruments, power instruments. All right. So what do we think the pitch instruments are? So big six, just big six instruments. What instruments give us pitch information?
Attitude.
Attitude indicator, absolutely. He said it with attitude. VSI. So attitude, VSI.
Airspeed.
So airspeed indicator.
Altimeter.
And the altimeter. So there are 4 pitch instruments. All right. And then the bank instruments.
That would be the turn coordinator.
Turn coordinator is one of the bank instruments. I thought you were going to give me the first one.
Bank. Heading indicator?
Well, that's, yeah, so that's one too. It's also called the directional gyro. In fact, we had a whole conversation today about why I call things DGs. And that is the generic term for any of those things is a directional gyro. A heading indicator is one specific type of directional gyro.
I guess throw the attitude again.
The attitude indicator, there we go. And there's one more. And I'm kind of cheating.
Magnetic compass?
There you go. It's not really part of the big 6. It's part of the big 8 or whatever number you can. I don't know. But we talk about the big 6. So magnetic compass. So there's 4. There are 4 pitch instruments, 4 bank instruments. The shared one is the attitude indicator. Okay? And then power. What instruments give us information about power? What's that?
Your tower?
Tachometer, absolutely.
Vertical speed indicator? That work is.
Afraid not. It's an interesting thought. But yeah, with some confidence there. Airspeed. Your airspeed indicator indicates how much power you're pumping into the system. You can't go forward without thrust. That's just that simple. Third one, also a little bit of a cheat. Not every airplane has it.
Manifold pressure.
Manifold pressure. If you've got a constant speed prop. All right. So, primary supporting method. And I hate the fact that they put the word control on this because you have pitch instruments, power instruments, bank instruments. There's one of the few things that Rod did that kind of makes me go, eh. But you will need to be able to, on the exam, identify whether we're talking about a pitch, a bank, or a power instrument in various circumstances. You're also going to do it during the practical. It could come up on your orals, less so. Absolutely going to come up on your writtens. Something about this collection of things being sorted out. All right. So, Rod Machado has the patent-pending, easy-to-use scan method.
Is it actually patent pending?
I don't know. It's proprietary. He designed the system. All right. So, and with help, it'll help you with all 3 aspects of the intermediate test: the written test, the oral test, and the practical test. You will benefit from all of them because we're going to go through this method, and then we're going to use this method on the simulator, and then we're going to transition from this method to flying on the glass panel because it's just a little different, but it will all make sense, and it will be easier that way. All right? It'll also help you develop just a solid instrument scan that can be used in any airplane. You'll be able to jump in a 6-pack steam gauge, ancient-ass airplane and be able to keep that airplane wings up, dirty side down, clean side up, flying straight and level, and going. And then you'll be able to jump in any glass panel after you get just a little bit of glass panel training and do the same. And so it's going to help you. So this is why we're going to spend the rest of the evening talking about this. So, the easy-use scan system. You will notice I zoomed in a little bit. Bottom line is he puts little labels underneath the instruments. And the basic ATD literally has them taped there. They are already there for you. We're going to go through this a lot, but so anytime you are changing attitude, that is the start of something new, you're going to go to the attitude indicator. All right? Anytime you're making a significant change, you start at the attitude indicator. If you want to go level, you look at the altimeter. If you want a constant rate climb or descend, you look at the rate indicator. If you want to go straight, you look at the heading indicator. If you want to turn, you look at the turn coordinator. And it says power for speed, climb, descend. So what they're saying is that the airspeed indicator is your power indicator if you're climbing or descending. You're also going to find out it's your power indicator most of the time in straight level flight because we're trying to fly at constant airspeed when you're flying an instrument. All right? And then the power, your tachometer and your manifold pressure gauge are your power instruments pretty much anytime you're touching the power level. If you're changing a power setting, and you will learn to do it by ear first, you'll make an adjustment, listen to it, hear the change, and then a quick check. And I told you, you're going to spend far less time looking at power instruments than anything else. But, all right. So this leads me to our study template. This is Bill Luck's patent pending proprietary, literally just finished this morning.
Not open source?
That's just completely open source. In fact, the whole point is I want you to be able to make them on your own without indicating. So you'll notice it's just a bunch of circles and a rectangle on a piece of paper. So you have 3 copies of it on that sheet. And all I did was label. I've got an ASI, so airspeed indicator. What's the AI?
Attitude indicator.
Attitude indicator. Next to that, altimeter. All right, going down, what do we got?
Vertical speed.
Vertical speed indicator. In the middle, directional gyro, heading indicator. All right. And then we got the TC, turn coordinator. All right. We talked a little bit about the CDI. We aren't going to touch that today. It's a placeholder for later. And it's going to hold the place for a whole lot of different things, really. But and then I have the tachometer off on the side, so that's our power instrument, and the magnetic compass. So, on your first one, on your sheet, we're just going to go ahead and label it. Oh, yeah, label. So, this is Rod's labels. Ready? I always start at the AI because it's the word start. I don't know, it makes me happy. So, start. Go over to altimeter, go level. VSI, to me, is so easy. It's the rate, because it is a rate of climb indicator, was the old name for it, ROC. So then you've got the DG for straight, turn coordinator for turn, ASI for climb or descend. So it's power for speed, power for climb or descend. Okay. And then the tachometer is just power. So does everybody kind of have one of your little things labeled up that way? I would strongly suggest over the course of the next week or so, you just randomly draw those and see if you can fill them out and get them right. Do it You do it 8 or 10 times, and it'll start getting ingrained in you. I don't know if anybody's ever told you. You know this, I bet. But there are thousands of studies that show that in order to improve mental retention, the more ways that you can engage with a topic, the more physically, the more pathways are made in your brain. The more pathways you have, the easier it is to comprehend and remember stuff. By writing things by hand, you build memory engrams faster than typing. So that process, what I'm trying to encourage here, is a process that helps you just ingrain this in you. I can't make you do it, but what I would say is, if you just make it a weird thing that like every time you sit down to eat, you're going to draw this out and label it out. If you do that for 15 weeks, this shit's going to be easy. All right. So we've just labeled it with Rod's labels. Now I'm going to teach you another little trick to this, and this isn't in Rod's book, but it comes from a video that Rod did. If you look at what the, sorry, we did try to blow everything up so it was easier to read it, but now I'm just encouraging people to move to the front of the room. If you look at the unit of measurement of what you are supposed to accomplish it will guide you to what the primary instruments are. So I tell you that you're supposed to fly at 5,000 feet, heading of 350 degrees at 110 knots. What are my primary instruments? So,
speed, direction, gyro, altimeter.
Okay. So, now let's do it in the right order. We care about
altitude.
There you go. So altitude first. So your primary for pitch, if you have been told to maintain a specific altitude, is the altimeter. That's your primary for pitch. All right? Your primary for heading, if you were told to go on a heading of 350 degrees and keep going straight, it's the directional gyro, either your HSI or your heading indicator. All right? And then if you were told specifically to maintain 110 knots, that said, power for speed. Okay, I just took that off because my box got too big. Power for speed, climb and descend. All right, well, so my primary for power is the ASI. And you can get there. This is a second pathway to get there by going, what unit of measure was I told to maintain? All right. So if I tell you to give me a 500 foot per minute descent straight ahead at 90 knots, what's my primary for pitch?
Altitude.
VSI.
What was that?
VSI?
VSI. 500 foot per minute descent. Foot per minute. Where do I read foot per minute? On the VSI. I need a 500 foot per minute descent. I want to go straight ahead. So you're going to continue going forward. So what's my primary for turn, for bank?
Turn.
Yes, absolutely. Be more enthusiastic. Turn coordinator. All right. And then for climb and descend, or for, I did say 90 knots, right? I keep saying that, 90 knots, 500 feet per minute. 90 knots, 500 feet per minute, straight ahead. That is a very, very typical thing to do on your approach.
Why would the VSI be taking priority over the attitude indicator on the descent? Because I thought it was always attitude first.
So if you're making a change, you go to the attitude indicator. But if you're already in the descent, it's a great question. Great question, because that's where the trip up comes. If you're if you're in straight level flight, and I tell you to transition to a 500 foot per minute descent, you start with the attitude indicator. You set probably a 3 degree nose down, and the first thing you're actually going to do is reduce power. Set a 3 degree nose down. You reduce power because you were trying to maintain the same airspeed you were already going, or you've been told to slow down. Weird little trick. As you get in bigger planes have a tough time slowing down and going down. So you want to slow down first. So if you're going to descend, you usually pull power and then make your attitude adjustment. If you're going to climb, oftentimes you'll add power and then because it just makes for a smoother climb. All right. So, but this thing here, if when I talk about like 2,200 RPM or 22 inches of manifold pressure, So very often a power setting, if you have a constant speed prop, you'll hear people talk about 25 squared. 25 inches manifold pressure and 2,500 RPM is a very common power setting on a lot of airplanes. That power setting is both of those numbers together. But if you're just making a 55% power, I told you one thing you need to figure out what 55% power is, what the attitude is. Well, if you're doing 55% power, primary for power is your tachometer and the manifold pressure gauge if you have it. Those two work together. All right. But if you're trying to fly 110 knots, primary for power is the airspeed indicator. Is that making sense so far? And if you can draw this out, one of the tricks I taught the guys going through, did I tell you guys I recently graduated from college as a mechanic, an airplane mechanic? So yeah, I'm an A&P. I just graduated in August. Kind of the part about it that I'm more proud of than anything else is typically the school would graduate, if they would start 25 to 27 students, they would graduate maybe 11. 7 was not uncommon, and 2 of them would go on to get their A&P license because you have to take 3 exams. You take 3 written, 3 orals, 3 practicals. And so people would put it off and put it off and put it off and then just never go. My class, we had 13 of us graduate in August, and 13 of us who graduated in August all have our licenses. And part of that was because I got them to go take their test immediately after they finished that block of instruction, because that was a rule that you could actually do and nobody really understood it. So instead of waiting until the end of the entire 2 years of school, we went as we went and knocked out tests, written tests. And then when we were eligible, we went and took practical tests. The other thing is, like, we sat down and I taught these guys to make cheat sheets and sit down and like consolidate their notes down to like 1 page and memorize how to write that page down, everything on the page. Because when you walk into an FAA exam, you have blank paper before the test starts, and you're sitting there because you get to decide when you click start. Just brain dump that stuff onto a scratch piece of paper. This little setup here, I'm telling you right now, this is one you want to ingrain in your brain so you can just sit down and draw. Because then when you get to a question on the test about this and you're reading, you're like, damn it, I know that, but I can't remember that. You can go back to your cheat sheet and you can step through it and go, okay, yeah, this is right. This is how I got there. This is what the answer is. Boom, and then you move on. It's one way to just ingrain this information in you. So I feel as an instructor, it's my job to not just teach you the information, just to throw it at you. I have to try to teach you ways to incorporate it and then to recall it and to extract it under pressure. And I know I've got 3 different pressure ways you're going to go through this. On your oral test, you can just take your cheat sheet with you. And in fact, you can start labeling it so that it's cross-referenced to your books and your references, so that if you get asked a question that you don't know, if nobody's told you on your orals, you're allowed to use reference materials. You need to have some stuff that you just know the answer to, or else they get upset with you and they drill on you really hard is what happens. But if you can cruise through most of it, and then when they ask you a question you don't know, immediately go, I'm not sure about that. This is where I would look. They'll usually say, then look it up. And you look it up and you go from there and you get an answer. So we're going to dig through, connect the FARs to the things we talk about in class. Connect any reference materials you got to the things we talk about in class. One trick you need to know is this is not approved material by the FAA. You can take it into the test. They'll probably let you bring it in. But you don't want to cite that as your source for any piece of information. You want to go back to an FAA document. So I didn't have you buy them because they're dry reading and they suck. But you should be able to navigate your way through them and find where the reference is. All right. Attitudes. So in the book, there's a chart. I did not put it on the screen because the slide sucks. This chart right here on page 3-10. Okay? This order is not the same as the order in your book because I was like, all right, you have 2 basic divisions of what's going on. You have constant attitudes and you have changing attitudes. All right? But if you can ultimately figure out what the primary pitch, bank, and power instrument is for each of the straight attitudes, and then do the same thing for each of the changing attitudes, which the biggest trick on changing attitudes is knowing when the attitude indicator is the primary, because it can only be primary for one thing at a time. It's one of the weird rules. So, so what you do is you go to that chart in your book. My suggestion is you take your little diagram that we have, you see if you can guess what the answer is, then go look in the book and see what the book says. And you do this over and over and over again, and it will just get ingrained. All right? So primary supporting instruments for a level turn. All right? And I'm going to throw these up. This is the part where I stumble. I have a tough time with the presentation more than anything else. But so, and partly it's, I didn't put it in the right order. It took me a while to figure out how to get it. But, so a level turn, what's the primary pitch information? What's the primary pitch instrument?
The altimeter.
Okay, the altimeter. So why is it the one?
It says level.
Awesome! So it's level, all right? So it's a level turn. What's the primary? Bank indicator.
Turn coordinated.
All right, so there we go. And then what's primary for power? And this is where it gets tricky. Power is the one that tricks me all the time.
Airspeed.
Airspeed. And why is it airspeed?
Because you use.
Does it help if I tell you you're right? It's airspeed because we assume in IFR that we're trying to fly a constant airspeed. Unless it specifically tells you were doing something else, we assume we're trying to fly a constant airspeed. So airspeed becomes primary for power. And then how do you get that airspeed? Well, so when it talks about support, this is something. They make all this big deal about what the primary and supporting instruments are. If you can identify what the 4 pitch instruments are, what the 4 bank instruments are, and what the 3 power instruments are, and then you can identify the primary pitch, bank, and power instrument for any given condition, it's a subtraction problem. Does that make sense? And so you just, all right, so if the primary pitch instrument is the altimeter, what are the supporting pitch instruments?
VSI turn or attitude indicator.
VSI and attitude indicator, and in theory, the airspeed indicator would be a supporting instrument, except it's being used as the primary power instrument. See the subtraction there? Yeah, so instead of memorizing that whole damn chart, learn how to make that chart using a little tool and a couple of mnemonics to just simplify it. All right. So primary supporting for a straight climb. And this is one, I think this is the one that trips me all the time. So, because, this is what, I had to write myself notes about this one. So why would why would the airspeed indicator be the primary for pitch in a straight climb?
Because if you're climbing, your airspeed is going to change.
Sort of. You got kind of right idea.
You want to climb the what?
You want to climb at a specific airspeed. So that pitch, because you can't change your power. What's your power going to be on climb? Full power in these planes. So primary for power is the power system. It is the power indicator. Partly because it has to be, because you don't have the ASI. You can't be primary for 2 things. All right? So your primary for pitch is your airspeed indicator, because the assumption is it's a constant airspeed climb. There is an exception to that if they specify that it's a constant rate climb. Then primary for pitch would be what?
Vertical speed indicator.
Damn, Skippy. And I like how you said it. Yeah. Absolutely. So, but like I said, this tripped me up today when we were doing rehearsal. I'm like, God, why does that not make any sense to me? And I had to go back and like look through and go, okay, yes. So we assume that we're going to do a constant airspeed climb unless they specify. You can assume a constant airspeed descent unless they specify. There's a whole thing about being a constant airspeed, but if it's in climb and descend, then the airspeed indicator becomes a pitch indicator. It's your primary for pitch. All right, and then primary for bank, well, it's a straight.
Well, I didn't know the answer. I was asking a question.
Okay, what's the answer?
The directional gyro.
Directional gyro, otherwise known as the heading indicator. Both of those are perfectly valid answers. I don't know why I like DG, but heading indicator is absolutely accurate. I don't like it when people say HSI because the HSI is two different instruments, and I think it's important to make that distinction.
So if you're climbing at a specific speed, and that's why you're using the airspeed indicator as a pitch attitude instrument, couldn't you be descending at 73? Say, because 7 Chuchi Bravo Tango, you descend at or you VY 73, you can descend at 73 too. So how would you know if your pitch could be right, but you could be descending? Oh, but you're in full power. Doesn't matter. All right. Yeah.
So you're in full power now. If because you still have supporting instruments for pitch, and we will get to how we really look at those, but if you are getting indications that you're at full power and you're at 73 knots and you are descending,
That's one hell of a jump.
then you need to figure out what's wrong. All right, and we're going to talk about that. That's coming up.
I actually know a situation where that happened to actually my boss. Flying by the Rockies, he was flying in next to the wind shadow on a cliff, got stuck in that in a downdraft, full power. He was able to go out of it, but he couldn't climb at all. He
Just downward bound?
7,000 feet.
All right. So, and I'm not going to beat all of these up. What I'm going to tell you is, in the book, all the answers to this are there. Take the time between now and next week to do this at least once a day. Go through and try to draw all the labels by yourself. And then go through that list of 10 different attitudes and see if you can start to figure out why what works and why what doesn't. Because at the beginning of next week's lesson, this is where I want you guys to really come in and be like, okay, I was looking at this and I did not get why they freaking say this one is this. And then I'll be like, I don't know either, so we're going to figure it out. And then we'll hammer it out. We'll sort it out. So here, primary supporting for a constant rate descent. Constant rate descent, your pitch is going to be?
VSI?
What was that?
VSI?
VSI. Pitch is your VSI, vertical speed indicator. So it's constant rate descent. The assumption is you're going straight ahead, unless they tell you it's a constant rate descending turn. So we're going straight. So our bank is directional gyro. All right. And then because we're in a constant rate descent, your primary for power then becomes your airspeed indicator. Partly because constant rate descent is almost always done at a specific airspeed because that gives you a specific cross-ground angle. That gives you a specific approach angle.
If it wasn't constant rate, what would the power instrument be?
If it wasn't constant rate, then it would be a constant speed. And so the airspeed would become primary for pitch, and the power instruments, the tachometer would become primary for power.
So, like in private pilots or in VFR, our final is a constant speed approach, correct? We're shooting for 60 knots or whatever.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get down to 1.3 VSO or 1.3 VSO. So 1.3 times stall speed with the flaps out is your typical final approach speed. We're gonna come in. So what is final approach speed in 6.8?
So final approach speed would be 70.
70. So we're gonna come in at 90. All right, and one of the nice reasons for coming in at 90, and you have no way to know this yet, is that there's categories of aircraft, and at 90 you're in the slowest category of aircraft, which gives you the lowest minimums to land. but you have to legally be able to fly that slow. But like even my 340, my approach speed is 91 knots, which is exactly the top. So anyway, did we answer your question?
I think you had a slightly different question. If you're talking about like visual,
So
your final approach is constant angle is what you really want, because from wherever you are, regardless of what the winds are or anything else, you want to try to get to your touchdown point. So visually, and they don't talk about this in IFR much, but it's like a glide slope, right? You're trying to get from here to here, even if there's changing winds, and you have a constraint, which is don't go below your stall speed and do that.
So yeah, on final in VFR, we're on a specific airspeed, and then what you're doing is you're using power to adjust your descent rate so that you stay on glide slope. You're still doing the glide slope, and usually it's 3 or 4%. We have a tendency to do VFR approaches steeper than we do IFR approaches.
That's why when we're landing, she said, Nicole says, pitch for power, or pitch for airspeed, power for altitude.
Yeah, so you push the nose up and down to change how fast you go. Right. You use the power to change your rate of descent.
Yeah.
It's a rate of descent is what you're doing. You add power to slow your descent. You reduce power to descend more quickly. We also use flaps and a whole host of other things. But the biggest thing is it's done visually. You are aiming at a spot on the runway that you get to stay stationary in your windscreen. When you are coming down through the clouds, you can't see the runway yet. We're not there yet. We're still coming down. So what we're going to do is say, okay, you are going to specifically try to come down. And this is really specifically on like a precision approach, an instrument, an ILS approach. On an ILS approach, you're going to try to come down at a 3-degree glide slope. The other time you'll do it, technically they're non-precision approaches. There's a bunch of argument about this, but like LPV approaches, which are GPS approaches that have vertical guidance. And it's not just guidance, that you are allowed to follow the glide slope. It's a electronically generated glide slope. There, you're going to be on whatever that glide slope is, and usually it's between 2.5 and 4 degrees. 2.5 and 4.5 degrees is where they typically lie. They can go as high as 6, which is a steep damn approach. Okay, so primary supporting power instruments for airspeed changes in level flight. This is one that's a little weird because the primary for power changes. So if you're straight and level, so we're straight and level, but we're going to change our airspeed. Level. What's our primary pitch?
Altitude.
Altimeter. It's the altimeter. What's our primary for bank?
Turn coordinator.
Turn coordinator, very good. And then primary for power changes because you initially, when you put your hand on the knob and you start to move the knob, your power control is your power indicator is the tachometer and or the manifold pressure gauge. When you take your hand off, the primary becomes the airspeed indicator because you're going for a specific airspeed, but you had to make a change, and it's always effective. You have to go to the number you're looking for. So when I reduce power, I'm trying to hit a specific RPM. I'm trying to go from 2,300 to 2,000 RPM. Mostly you do it by ear, and then you look to see if the airspeed starts to do what you want to do. People will talk about airspeed lag. Airspeed indicators do not actually have an appreciable lag. What causes the appearance of a lag?
Momentum.
100% correct. Momentum. The airplane takes time to slow down or speed up. Be patient. Now, one trick in a propeller-driven airplane, as long as it's not a constant speed propeller airplane, if you are slowing down, go a little bit slower than the RPM you want to hit. Because as the aircraft slows down, the propeller speeds up. If you are speeding up, add a little more RPM than you think you need. So if you're going to 23, you might go to 2375. That's my definition of a little. 2350, 2375. Because the propeller, as you speed up, the propeller will slow down. It has to do with the fact that you're being shoved through the air and counter windmilling forces and a whole bunch of physics, but the bottom line is give yourself about 75 RPM difference and overshoot the direction you're going, and you will have less trim changes to make. You have less fiddling with the power setting. So a little help for actually flying the plane. Primary supporting instrument for entering a climb. So entering a climb, you're going to push the power forward, and you're going to change the attitude. So the primary for pitch becomes,
The attitude.
I'm picking on you a lot, attitude indicator. Well, you sat through the class earlier today, so there you go. So the attitude indicator. You're going to apply power, raise the nose, start to climb. You set that attitude with the attitude indicator. Then you confirm that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. But once you're in the climb, if you're in a constant rate climb, what are we watching?
The VSI.
The vertical speed indicator. If we're in a constant airspeed climb, what's our primary for pitch? Yeah, airspeed indicator. Have some confidence, man. You're on it. All right. So instruments. Okay, so now we're going to move to the instrument scanning, doing the 3-step. I'm okay, I think. All right, so doing the 3-step. Every time you make a significant change, you'll go through these 3 steps. You will select attitude, power, and make gross trim. Not like perfection, you're not tuning the piano at this point. But so, for example, if we're flying along straight and level, and we're going to go into a constant rate climb, I'm going to raise the nose, which causes me to look at what? Attitude indicator. I'm going to look at the attitude indicator. I'm going to raise the nose a specific number of degrees based off of my previous flight testing of the airplane to know what it is. So I'm going to say 7 degrees. I'm going to add power full. I can do it by ear. Once it hits a firewall, I'm out of throttle. All right. So did I say constant rate or airspeed?
You say constant rate.
Constant rate, okay. So then, I know that I raised it 7 degrees, I gave it full power. I care most about my pitch, so I'm going to look at the VSI and see what rate I'm getting. And if that rate is not fast enough, I'm going to adjust my pitch. It gets a little tricky if you're doing a full power climb and you just can't get any more. That's what you got, But if you've got too much, you might lower the nose and go faster. Get a little bit of more forward cooling and things like that. All right, so you're going to radio cross-check the primaries based on what you do. So if I'm going to go for a constant rate climb, I look at the attitude indicator, I look at my pitch instrument, which is the VSI. I look at my attitude indicator to make sure that I haven't wandered off. Then I look back down at my directional gyro. Then I come back up. Then I check my power instruments. In this case, you would go back to the airspeed indicator because now you want to be at a constant airspeed for your constant rate climb. Check my airspeed. Does my airspeed match what I think I should have with full power at this particular setting? And I come back. And then it's vertical speed, heading, vertical speed, heading, vertical speed, heading, and every once in a while checking the airspeed. Because airspeed does not drift that fast. And when we get close to our target altitude, we switch over and we start looking at the altitude and we level out. You may know what the magic formula is for when to level out? You learned this in private pilot school.
20 feet?
Before we level off at altitude.
10% of your climb rate. Lead by 10% of your climb rate.
Climb or descent rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you lead by 10%. If you're climbing at 500 feet per minute, as you're coming into it, 50 feet before, you start to lead the level off. If you're descending at 1,000 feet per minute, 100 feet before, you lead the level off. If you are descending, you might make that 110 feet. Because you got a plus 100 foot minus 0 when you start making your step downs. All right. So we radio cross-check, and you do this 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 a couple times. And then when you get into another steady state, so like, what did I say, you got to climb 6,000 feet at 500 feet per minute because that's the max rate you can get. All right, so let's say we do 6,000 feet at 1,000 feet per minute. How long are we going to climb? 6 minutes. So once you get it established and you're doing 1,000 feet per minute and you've got the climb that you want and you're going the right direction, then you just make a final trim adjustment so you stay in that attitude, that airspeed, that power setting, and then you're going to radially check your big 6. Because all you're trying to do is make sure the needles don't move out of where they're supposed to be. All right, so select attitude, power, and trim. When you are selecting attitude, when you pull back on the yoke for a climb, for example, you over time will develop a feel for how much back pressure you gave to know how fast and how high the nose should raise. Well, when you're looking at the attitude indicator, if the attitude indicator does not indicate the same amount of raise that you're expecting, you're going to be suspect. All right? And then we're going to do another little step. We're going to add a step in here. It's not hard, but if you are doing a turn, for example, and you roll to go to 15 degrees and you do your normal little roll to go to 15 degrees, and the attitude indicator takes forever to come over, you're going to be suspect. If you go suspect. And when you are suspect, we're going to start looking at something called the inverted V followed by the triangles of agreement. And these are things you're going to draw on your sheets. So the inverted V, yeah. I keep confusing myself because my slide shows me 2 slides over. So the inverted V. Remember, we're looking at the AI, and we're going, hey, that doesn't look quite right. That is not the control. Based on what I did, it didn't go where I think it should have gone. We'll go to an extreme. If you pitch back and your AI starts to bank, which they will do that. If they're old and worn out and something's not working right, they will sense that something moved, but they're thrown off, they're processed, they're jacked. If that happens, then what you do is you look at the VSI to check the pitch. Because you know what you were intending to do. If you were trying to make a climb happen and you pitched back and the attitude indicator doesn't show a climb, but the VSI shows the climb that you think you should have had. So what do we think now?
Attitude indicators, screwy.
We're going to go one step first. There's an issue. We're just going to say there's an issue. There's something wrong with my vertical indication right now. And then very quickly, you're going to go back to the AI, then down to the turn coordinator. All right? So, and if you were still going straight, what do you expect the turn coordinator to show?
Straight.
Straight. Wings level. No turn. All right? And if we'll just say it shows the same thing. It's all good. Okay. So something is not quite agreeing. So then we go to, and I put these in backwards, so I'm going to flip it. So we go to our pitch triangle of agreement. Oh, I forgot to say something. Sorry. Let me go back real quick. Why do we pick these 3 instruments? There's a specific reason why we picked them. The VSI.
They all operated off different systems.
100% correct. Yes, it's the Declaration of Independence, according to Rod Machado. So your attitude indicator is almost exclusively going to be run by. Anybody know? I think you know.
Vacuum.
Vacuum. You got a vacuum pump that's sucking air through that thing, making it spin. What's your VSI? What's its power source?
Static
System.
The static port. You're 100% correct. It is just the static pressure. All right. And then the turn coordinator, what makes it go?
Gyro.
What makes the gyro spin?
That's the electric gyro.
They're almost always electric. And I'd say, listen to the word, almost always. There are exceptions to all of these things, okay? But in a standard answer in the FAA questions, you have an electric turn coordinator, an air-powered, vacuum-powered AI, and a static pressure-powered VSI. Those are 3 different systems. The likelihood that all 3 of them just went to crap on you at the same time is pretty low. All right. So, and I want to do this one first. Okay. So, the pitch triangle of agreement. So we said, well, the attitude indicator doesn't show that I raised my nose, but I'm getting the climb I thought I was going to get, so how do I confirm that? You would think that we would use like the altimeter or the ASI as a backup pitch to check it. What's the problem with those?
The altimeter is also run off the static air system, as is the airspeed.
They're on the same static port. They have the same thing making them work. And I say power source for a reason. It's not. I mean, it's what makes it move. It's the thing that powers it. Is just static air. All right. So they're on the same static air source. How do we get around that? Because there's nothing else that'll work.
Alternate static.
There you go. So the triangle of agreement is you reach down and you turn the alternate static on, and you want to see the VSI make a momentary climb and then go back to 0. And you should, out of the corner of your eye, see a very slight climb, maybe 20 feet. Maybe 20 feet on your altimeter. Why is that?
Because there's more pressure inside the cabin than there is on the outside, right? Or the other way, there's less pressure from the outside.
Yep, because as you're going through the air, your aircraft is not airtight. Mine is, yours isn't. As you're going through the air, flex. I got lots of them. The air is going over. Bernoulli's effect is sucking air out of the inside of the cabin. All right, so you just got a little bit lower pressure, just a little bit, and that will cause you to read a higher altitude. When you read a higher altitude, the VSI has to give you a short climb. Well, the good news is, when you see that happen, you can be like, okay, that did what it was supposed to do, so my VSI is probably okay, and everything else is. If it doesn't move at all, you may have had a frozen port outside. There's a whole host of things that could have happened. So, at first, it's best to just stay on the alternate static source and sort things out. But what you know is your DG, or your attitude indicator, is not reliable. You don't know that it's broken. You don't know that it's not working at all. The horrible thing about them is they will half work, but you can't tell. So what you want to do is immediately cover that bad boy up and stop looking at it. You get one of those little sticky things, the little suction cup covers, and stick it over the top of it. In on. So, but while you're in flight, all it is you're trying to go down to partial panel. If you don't have one, what you're supposed to do is ignore it. It's hard to ignore it because they'll start doing these weird things where they'll tip over. And you're trying to figure out why you're tipping over. All right, so we'll go back. So then you have a turn triangle of agreement. All right? So we started out with the attitude indicator. We checked it with the TC. They didn't agree. So we went to the magnetic compass. All right? 3 different power sources. Air, electricity, and magnets. All right? If 2 of the 3 of them agree, the other one is the one that's wrong. And the magnetic compass very rarely fails. It's a pain to read, but it very rarely fails. So you go from there. Okay. And you cover the malfunctioning instrument. So then we're going to radio. So step 2 is radio cross-check the primary instruments. You don't need to look at all the secondary instruments. You just are looking at the primary instruments. And we're back to the AI's working right now. We'll talk about partial panel a little later. But remember we talked about what fixation was? So fixation is looking at the wrong instruments for the wrong amount of time. Instruments that can't give you information. So if you're looking at a supporting instrument, while you're doing the scan, you're wasting your time. It's not giving you the right information. It's not giving you the information you need. It can't help you fly the airplane the way you need to at that time. The other thing is, if you learn to only look at the primaries and catch when they start drifting off, you just go to the inverted V, sort it out, and go from there, and you're happy. It gives you more time to look at the other things and do the other things you'll have to do. Because we haven't talked about tuning the radio or looking at the CDI. So the reason I have the CDI even on there is there comes a point in your scan, and that's when you're going around in a box, that's when you check your radios and do other things. All right, so radio cross-check. All right. That's just a good example there. So for straight and level flight, check the attitude indicator, and you look over, you check the altimeter. You come back, then you look down at the heading indicator. Then you come back up, and you look over at the airspeed indicator. Then you come back to the middle. That's all you're going to radially cross-check. And if you can stay with that, that gives you a second here and there to reach over and turn the radio. You know, and when you tune radios, if they're old radios, what you'll want to learn to do is tune like the big number first, and then come back and rescan, and then tune the part after the decimal point. If you're tuning an OBS, get it close, rescan, then tighten it up. All right. But what you want to get, and I'm not going to go through all of these. These are all in the book. Radial cross check for a level flight turn. Constant airspeed climb. These are ways to check yourself as you're going through and playing with the little diagrams. And, you know, I gave you printed ones just because it was easier to work with tonight, but it gives you something to look at. You can just draw 10 circles or 8 circles in a box and keep doing that over and over again and build that muscle memory, and you'll own it. All right. So this diagram, I will tell you, that confused the crap out of me, and so I wanted to talk to you guys about it. All they did is, if they tried to draw the lines scanning the primary power instruments in this case, it would have gone right over the top of the lines going to the turn coordinator. So they just copied it and moved it over. So it's an awkward way to draw that diagram. But the bottom line is your radial cross-check. That's one of the reasons I put your power off on the right. The other thing is most airplanes I've flown in, the power is usually off on the right somewhere. But there are planes that it's down by your left kneecap and you can't see the damn thing. It's a pain in the butt.
Especially older Cessnas.
What's that? Older Cessnas? Yeah, I don't know. On older Cessnas, this crap won't even be in this organization. Some older planes, they'll be all over the place. And that makes this challenging. All right. All right, so... And then step 3, and I probably should have put a recap on this, but step 3 is you make the final trim adjustments. So you should be able to fly the plane with 2 fingers, your finger and your thumb, like this. In fact, if you're over controlling the plane, I will make you take a pen and hold it like this and control the plane, because every time you try to grip down, you will not be happy. And it will cure you fast. So if you have to put more pressure than that, you need to retrim. All right? We trim elevator first, then rudder, then ailerons. You won't have the second 2, but this is a test question that comes up. All right? We trim elevator first because what is the most important parameter to keep under control?
Pitch.
Pitch. Okay, see, it's starting to sink in. Pitch is the most important to keep under control. Then heading. So we'll go to the elevator. Or to the rudder, all right, and then ailerons at the end. Ailerons have the least amount of impact on what you're doing. I have rudder and aileron trim. I have used rudder trim once, ever. My autopilot trims it all out automatically, so I've never had a reason to spin that wheel. And I have never used my aileron trim. So I had one time, it turns out I probably should have, but I didn't know it at the time, and that was because I had a really heavy wing, and the autopilot kept correcting it, and I couldn't figure out why we couldn't go in a straight line. We were S-turning everywhere.
If you trimmed aileron first while you were uncoordinated, and then did the rudder trim to get recoordinated, you would just have to go back and do aileron again.
Yep. So, yeah, thank you. You need to know this for a written question. I would say that there's a less than 5% chance that you would get it as an oral question. You'll randomly get it as a written question. The guy knows you're going to jump in a Cessna and go fly. You're not getting in a freaking 340. So you need to know, though, that you trim. And so you trim. Also, some people do that. You don't let go when you trim. You relax your hand. And the yoke should stay between your fingers. That way you can still you can do bank adjustments and things like that. But what you want to get is to the point where once it's trimmed and you know it's trimmed, you can fly the plane with your feet. You just take your hands off, eat a sandwich, whatever. Well, you got to eat some point, man. So.
Robinson.
Should be ambidextrous.
Yeah. I'm not even going to go there. All right, so, and then this is your rectangular. All you do is you go around in a circle You can go clockwise, you can go counterclockwise. Some people go like a little Z pattern, whatever works for you. You just need to look at all 6 of them. What I will tell you is that if your attitude indicator stays where you put the attitude indicator, most of the time everything else kind of stays where it's supposed to be. So, all right. So now, small deviations. After you've got yourself all trimmed up, the last thing you want to be doing is undoing the trim. So if you start to get off, all right, if you're slow and climbing, what do? Anybody know? So I'm slow, I'm climbing. What's that?
Nose down.
Perfect. You just push the nose down a little bit. A little bit of forward pressure. And usually what will happen is you'll put a little bit of forward pressure, you'll get back to where you need to get, you'll speed back up a little bit, and when you relax, it'll stay there. If it doesn't, adjust your trim using the VSI. Your elevator is easiest to adjust for trim by using the VSI. The VSI should stay at 0, or whatever 0 is if it's off. But, okay. So what did we do? We did slow and climbing. So fast and descending.
Nose back.
Pull back just a little bit. A little bit of pressure. And a little trick here is stop the deviation, then correct the deviation. So if you're descending, get it to stop descending first, and then bring it back with just a little bit of pressure. So if it's slow and descending, we got to do something.
Power.
And
Nose down.
there you go, power and nose down. You're gonna have to make a power and if the whole thing's moving the wrong way, you gotta fix both of them. Alright? If you're fast and descending, one is going one way, one going the other way. You just pull up a little bit and it'll level it out and clean it up. Then you adjust your trim. Alright, so yeah.
So if you're fast and climbing, you have to fix both the same as if you would if you're
Exactly. See, look, I just rolled on because I figured you guys had it. I like how you checked, though. All right, so if you have 100-foot or less correction to make, so if you are just 100 feet low in cruise, you're actually within the PTS standard and you're well away from getting violated, you still get back. This is one big thing we don't accept. If you fly with me, I'll be constantly like, you're going to fix that 20 feet? You're going to fix that 20 feet? We're going to fix 20 feet. We're going to get right on. So if you're 20 feet off, you just do a little half bar width nose up. And you take a 40 foot per minute climb. And then when you get there, you level out. All right? You do not want to go rushing back to your altitude. You don't need to yank back and get us there. For one thing, you're just going to blow through it, and then we're going to do this all day, and it's really annoying. But the other thing is, so if you're descending and you catch it, so you catch it at 90 feet. So do a half bar width up. Hopefully that'll stop it. If you need to do another half bar width, that's okay. You're before 100 feet, just a little bit of pitch adjustment. And then another half bar width to get it to go back. But you notice I paused. Stop it, then reverse it. Because you want to come back in control, nice and slow, small. All of that was done by squeezing your index finger towards your thumb. You don't even have to pull, just a touch. Half a bar width. This picture, figure 37, you should really look at that in your book because it took me forever to understand the concept of a half a bar width. All right? If you are more than 100 feet, use a full bar width. Because you're actually, if you have gotten more than 100 feet off, you're actually pretty significantly off. You need to get it arrested. And you're still going to do a bar width to stop it, and then half bar width nugs to get it to come back up. You want to come back at twice the rate of climb as the distance you are off. So if you're off 100 feet, you come back at 200 feet. If you're off 50 feet, you come back at 100 feet. If you're off 20 feet, you come back at 40 feet. Never exceed 200 feet per minute, though. All right? If you are more than 200 feet off, if you are more than 200 feet off on altitude, do a major pitch change. You deliberately go into a climb. You are fixing things. You are going to throw your trim off to get it fixed. You're going to add power to get back up, or you're going to reduce power to get back down, and then clean it back up. 200 feet, you have screwed up. Correct it and go from there. Just so, and like I said, you haven't violated, you would have failed your check ride, but you haven't violated yet. So never get more than 100 foot off. In fact, never get more than 5 feet off. If you do that, you'll never fail. Okay, and then if you're more than 15, if you're 15 degrees or less, just use a minor, just a quick little turn, a little coordinated bank and a kick. If you are within about 5 degrees, just use your feet. VFR would be like, oh, don't do that. No, just use your rudders to bring it in. Also, if you are just a little bit high and you are actually flying hands off because you're looking at charts and stuff, give a little right rudder, give a little left rudder, give a little right rudder, give a little left rudder. You'll add enough drag that you'll descend in if you're only like 20 or 30 feet off. Settle back in. You don't even have to you don't even have to grab the yoke. All right.
I thought you were going to say hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes.
Yeah, brakes.
There you go.
Brakes.
All right. So now we're going to go back to failures real quick. So vacuum pump failures. You will typically lose both your attitude indicator and your directional gyro. I say typically because it's less typical now. It used to be almost always. But if you have an HSI, there is a better than average chance that an HSI is driven by an electric gyroscope. All right. Also, it's probably like connected to a remote magnetic indicator. You probably, there's all kinds of things. And then, but you need to be aware that you are probably, and on the tests, the assumption is you're going to lose them both if your vacuum pump goes. If you think your vacuum pump goes, what should we look at?
The suction gauge.
Hey, that is a genius idea. Because here's the thing, you may not have lost your directional gyro. Your vacuum gauge may be working. Your AI may have just kicked the bucket. You know, it happens. The other thing is, see what makes sense. So every so often you should look at your ammeter, and every so often you should just, and by every so often I mean like every 15, 30 minutes. Just a periodic glance. They don't go out very often. They don't go bad very, but they do. They do die. That guy I was talking about earlier, Mike Bush, he has this whole thing about, there's a 500-hour AD, actually there's a 500-hour service bulletin on almost every vacuum pump on the planet. You're supposed to have them serviced at 500 hours typically. And it's like, if you're flying a twin and you have 2 of them, don't. Just wait till it blows up. Because it's not a critical failure. You still have one that's running. You're good. You still fly the whole plane. You can even take off legally.
But on a single, being proactive and replacing at 500 is often a good idea.
It kind of depends. You want to see what kind. If you're getting good action on them.
Yeah. It's
kind of like magnetos. Magnetos often have a 500-hour service bulletin on them. Sometimes that's $600 you didn't need to spend. You just, a lot of it you can service yourself. Well, if you're an A&P, you can service it yourself, and it's a lot cheaper.
I had an interesting one on my first cross country solo that plays into checking that.
What's that?
It was my ammeter actually, and I was flying down to Moscow, yeah, and I noticed that I was getting, it was my first cross country solo, and I noticed I was getting really high positive and then really high negative, like it was all over the place. And so I ended up calling my instructor, Johannes. We tried to troubleshoot it. I was in the air at this point. Then I landed in Moscow. He told me, don't shut it down. So we didn't know what was going on. And talked to the mechanic, and eventually we figures we probably lost my alternator. So we left it on. We just left the aircraft running and took back off. If I had lost my alternator and I hadn't been watching it, I probably would have lost. I was supposed to land in Coeur d'Alene on my way back. I probably would have lost my radios and everything before then if I had just been on my battery. I switched everything off aside from one radio and my basic lights, and I had them by then. I didn't actually end up landing because we decided not to. But
you got it back to where you could do.
If I hadn't, and it's a little gauge down there, if I had noticed that, I could have been flying into controlled airspace without any radios. And all of a sudden, like,
You know how long you are supposed to have power minimum in an aircraft if the alternator quits working?
I don't.
Anyway,
An hour?
what's that?
Half an hour?
30 minutes. 30 minutes. Now, some airplanes have much, much longer, and some require you to shed certain systems to maintain that 30 minutes, but 30 minutes. You want to, and yeah, you need your radios and that sort of thing, but if you're VFR, shut everything down, keep flying until you get close to where you're going, and then you can bring your radios back up for safety in the pattern. It's an exchange of risk, which we'll talk about that next week. But so what you're doing is you're saying, I am less likely to run into somebody out here than I am close to the pattern. I would like to have my radios and lights. So you start shedding stuff down to fly back in.
And I would like to add to your point. So I've had 2 failures with the heading indicator where the, I guess, attitude indicator did not fail at the same time. So.
So, all right. So it can happen slowly, and it can be an incomplete failure. They used to refer to it as just being insidious because it can take a long time. If you've ever stood there and listened to an airplane spin down, those gyros turn some of them for an hour. If they're brand new, they'll turn for a long time. All right. So how do we end up on partial panel? We kind of covered it. Something breaks. Something stops working. Something just isn't doing what it's supposed to do. All right? And then how do we recognize it? The number one defense is when you move the yoke, seeing if the AI moves the way you expect it to move. And if it doesn't, what do we go to?
Vertical speed.
Declaration of Independence.
Backup static.
You guys are batting around it, but inverted V. So you go to the inverted V to figure out which triangle or both you need to look at. But that's so that you don't look at everything. You don't have to troubleshoot everything if you know some things are working. All right. So we recognize the issue by paying attention. Also, when you're in that rectangular scan, if one of the instruments starts not looking like the others, was it Sesame Street? Which one of these things doesn't look like? Is that the electric company?
One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just does not belong.
There we go.
And you guess
What's that?
It's Foo Fighters.
It's Foo Fighters. Cute.
What?
Anyway, I'm going to move on to that. So vacuum pump. I don't know where the term. Okay, so what do we do about it? We fly. So typically, partial panel is discussed in terms of losing your attitude indicator and your directional gyro. It's actually any instrument failure is considered partial panel. It's just that the other 4. No, first of all, the magnetic compass very rarely actually fails unless you punch it and all the whiskey drains out.
Magnetic compass. Or you stick your phone next to it. You forget and your phone's sitting up there and you're flying in circles. You're like, oh.
Yeah, you know what really does a lot is people's iPads.
Yeah.
The combination of the metals and the electronic will recap. But yes, but rarely does it fail if it was working in the first place. You do need to notice that, and then you need to be able to troubleshoot. Go, okay, if the compass stops working, you should be able to fix it. But if your VSI stops working, it's not even required for instrument flight. It does make it very, very difficult to do a constant rate descent. How do we do a constant rate descent if our VSI stops working?
Airspeed.
Set a constant pitch and a constant airspeed.
We use our known tables our performance table that we built, and we set it close, and that's going to be close enough. You will notice pretty quickly if things aren't going right. Also, you can get an idea of your rate of descent by how fast the altimeter needle turns. You've seen a second hand versus an hour hand, so you work through that. So, and then but in the assumption that you lose those 2 middle ones, those are the ones that make it hardest. But also remember that the first instrument flights were done with nothing but a turn needle, a ball, and a compass, and an altimeter. They didn't have jack. What's that?
They had 2 large balls. That's what they had.
Exactly. Clack, clack, clack.
Key
all right?
instrument they had. Yeah.
So, so we use the inverted V, the triangles of agreement. We look at the vacuum gauge, we look at the ammeter, we sort it out, and then we fly with needle ball and airspeed. I will tell you on an oral, if you start talking about, okay, well, if my vacuum pumps fail and I'm on partial panel with no heading indicator, no altitude indicator, and I'm going to fly needle ball and airspeed, you pretty much answered it correctly at that point. And then it'll go a little bit from there. You're going to stick to constant rate, to standard rate turns and half standard rate turns. You are going to control your attitude by visualizing it in your head based off of what you have known performance measures, or what's the word I put on there? Performance profiles. Known performance profiles. You know what power setting, they will get you dang close. They just won't be perfect. All right. So, you can do the whole thing with just the airspeed and the needle ball. You can lose everything else and still make it down. So, which is good to know. What's that?
Make it down safely.
Safely.
Or you can make it down without
You can make it down. You're absolutely right. Hey,
You close your eyes and make it down.
if at first you don't succeed, parachuting is not for you. So, all right. So now we're going to talk about unusual attitudes in the recoveries. Now, the first thing I'm going to tell you, best defense is a good offense here. Don't let the plane get ahead of you. Don't let the plane get out of whack. Don't let it get into an attitude that isn't the attitude you intend to have it in, which, frankly, for the vast majority of people, never happens. We don't fly so crazy that we get in those positions. What will cause it to happen more often than not is you're on autopilot and the autopilot does something wonky and you disconnect it and the plane does something wonky. All right. So, but you need to be able to recognize that. They can also sneak up on you. What I think there's much more made in the literature about being snuck up on. It sneaks up on people that don't fly in IMC. It doesn't sneak up on people that stay current. Because you keep practicing. VMC into IMC, those people have a tough time because they don't trust their kinesthetics start messing with them. What's weird is like all these kinesthetic falsities that you're going to experience as you're flying, you're going to feel like you're tumbling backwards, or you feel like you'll learn to ignore them, I would say, after 5 or 6 hours of doing instrument work. You'll be like, okay, yep, trust the gauges, trust the gauges, trust the gauges, trust the verified, trust the gauges. All right. Learn your scan and maintain control. And in the real world, you never have to deal with this. On the check ride, you're going to deal with this. It's a mandatory part of the check ride. So if you are nose high, and I took at Nicole's suggestion, this slide sucked because the figure was too small. So I cut it into 3 pieces. But so nose high, unusual attitude. If the nose is high, we're going to immediately reduce the power. Now, I'm not saying you chop the power to nothing. You're just going to pull it back. Get it down bottom of the green arc, maybe a little lower. You just need to reduce the power. One of the things that will do is the weight of the engine will help to pull the nose through by reducing power. You'll also stop that thrust vector and go from, oh, I'm sorry, Jesus, nose high. I'm thinking wrong direction. What am I doing? Sorry, you increase power. Told you I was going to screw this up.
Just about to say something. Very easy. Just about to say something.
If you're nose high, you add power because you're going to get slow and you don't want to stall. You are also then going to immediately apply forward pressure on the yoke to bring the nose down. All right? Jesus. And then level the wings. Now, I say and then. There's another step after this. It really all happens almost at the exact same time. You're going to cram the power up. You will go to full power in a small plane and push the nose over. All right, but you want to go to level. You're not trying to get going down. You just want to level out. Roll the wings level, and then center the ball to keep yourself coordinated. All right. And then you assume the plane is flying needle straight when the turn coordinator says you're flying straight. And that the ball shows no deflection. Why do we not use the attitude indicator for this?
Because the ball's right there, so you might as well just use the.
That is an interesting answer, but it's not what we're going for.
Because if your pitch or bank got too high, it might have tumbled, or it might be the cause of the
It might be why you're in an unusual attitude in the first place, is it drifted off. Because if it goes off really slowly, they will tend to tip and either show a climb or a descent, and you'll be sitting there dutifully keeping that thing lined up and then not noticing that you're slowing down and climbing because fixation just off, all that jazz. So you don't, and then the big one is attitude indicators are notoriously unreliable if they've tumbled. Now, most modern attitude indicators don't tumble anymore, but we fly some old planes. Just saying. So use the wings in the turn coordinator should be level, and the ball should be centered. And then look over at your VSI and your altitude, your altimeter, and you should be 0, and then you figure out where you go from there. Get control of the plane. This is aviate, so make sure the plane is still flying. You've all heard aviate, navigate, communicate, right? This is drilled into you. Well, this is what it really means. Aviate means make sure the plane's flying. Doesn't mean you know which direction it's going. You just need to make sure it's going to stay in the air so that direction is not down. Then navigate. So after you get the plane flying right, then point it in the right direction. And then communicate, then call. Because nobody at ATC can put a hand on that yoke and make you turn the right direction. You got to get control of the plane first. So, all right. So now let's see if I can do nose low correct. All right. So you are low. You do not want to overspeed the engine. The nose is going down. You're probably going to be going fast. If your nose low, you tend to speed up. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to reduce power. All right. So reduce power. And then this is where it's a little specific. You're going to roll the wings level before you pull up. Why the difference? So coming down, we pushed and then rolled. Coming up, we roll and then pull.
Your G-forces are in the right spot.
It'll load the airframe even.
Well,
Yes, yes.
if you pull back, can't you start spinning? Get the plane sort of flip over on itself?
If you stall one wing.
You are correct. Now we're going to get to more doctrinal terms. So, but yeah, can the plane start spinning? Okay, so the difference is, and this is where I got my brain wrapped up a second ago. When you're coming out of a nose high attitude and you add power and you push the nose over, it tends to roll the plane level anyway. You've got dihedral working on in your advantage. You've got the weight of the engine pulling the nose down. Everything kind of wants to come level. You are also very quickly going from possible stall to not possible stall. All right? And so you're more concerned with getting the nose down because you're close to a stall than you are with getting the wings level because you're going to kind of self-fix it. It's all going to work together to do what you want to do. And then you square up the ball. When you're going down, if I'm going down and I'm at a bank, so I'm turning, if I pull back, I will create what's called a graveyard spiral. And I will suddenly have all these forces going the wrong direction and worse than I was to start with. So instead, we're going to reduce power, so we stop going like a bat out of hell. Because you're going fast. We're going to roll the wings level, and we're going to very deliberately pull up. You do it almost simultaneously, but you get wings level before you pitch back. Because if you stall in this condition, you are almost guaranteed to be uncoordinated. And you have better than 50% chance of causing yourself to have a spin. You'll drop the wing under you instead of coming over the top. Now that does depend on which foot you get your rudder on. If you're in a pretty good slip, you'll be okay. It'll right itself up. But most of the time, you'll find you're in a skid and you'll drop out. So, and on the test, they care. So, if you're describing it, make sure you know the subtle difference between, we push then roll, we roll then pull. All right? And that's the kind of thing to just iron in.
And did you have a second I would like to tell a story about that. If you're continuing on with the unusual attitudes, I can wait till you're done with them though.
I'm just going to finish one. So the fourth step. So the last one, told you to center the ball. Always center the ball. But in this one, when the airspeed needle and the altimeter needles stop and then start to reverse direction, that's when you're done. You are now wings level. Don't go back into a climb because you'll put yourself in a position where you're going to go into a stall. You want to finish the recovery very deliberately. And again, aviate, navigate, communicate.
All right. So we had a student here about 3 years ago. He was doing his private license. They went over to Michigan, and he was up with his father-in-law, I believe. They were on a IFR flight plan on an ILS, and they got behind the aircraft, entered an unusual attitude with the nose pitched down, and they pulled back. So they did it kind of the opposite there. They don't know if they had pulled the power out or not, but they pulled back and they overstressed the aircraft, and the elevator fell off and they died. So be very, very careful in that specific scenario, because we do not want any of you guys to be in that scenario. And it was him, his father-in-law, and his wife. So if you are in this, the second you start seeing this happen, try to solve it. And do not overstress that aircraft and go above VNE. So be very, very cautious when you start pulling back. And like you said, don't pull back while you're in that turn. Go wings level and then pull back so you don't enter the graveyard spiral and you don't overstress the airframe.
Do the private guys have to do this on their check ride still?
Yes.
So this is part of your check ride. I mean,
do privates do it under the hood, or do privates only?
They do it under the hood.
Under the hood as well as the cool.
Yeah. So I think it's a mandatory maneuver, isn't it?
It is a mandatory maneuver.
See what? I'm learning. I'm coming back. All right. So stabilized approach concept. And so I'm going to run over a little bit. If you need to leave, I got it, but I'm going to give you your money's worth. All right. So stabilized approach concept. The bottom line of stabilized approach concept is you should be configured so that you are pretty close to exactly the airspeed, attitude, and everything you want before you're getting down to the ground. And on an ILS, or if you're in IMC, kind of the rule of thumb is you should be stabilized at 1,000 feet because you will probably be straight in. All right? So at 1,000 feet, you should be not looking for any radical power changes to make it to where you want to go. No radical pitch changes. Small ones are fine. Stabilized doesn't mean perfect. And that drives me crazy because I know people that they're like, it's not perfect, you've got to go around. No, stabilized just means it's under control and small pitch and power adjustments, much like you make as a VFR pilot, will get you where you need to go. Keep the needle centered. Also, on an ILS, as you're getting closer, you need to make smaller and smaller corrections because the needle swings wider, faster and faster. All right. You want to be on glide slope and appropriate airspeed. It will be faster than your final approach speed. You need to understand that until about 500 feet above the ground, because you don't want everybody waiting behind you. Also, the math is easier. At 90 knots, if you're 450 to 500 foot per minute descent, you're on glide slope. You can keep things nice and smooth. And if you're consistent about your speeds, it's easier. All right. Now remember, that's actually your speed across the ground really does impact that a little bit. If you're getting a really brutal headwind, you might want to pick up your speed a little bit so that your speed across the ground picks up. But you want to land with the proper airspeed. You should never have a descent rate over 1,000 feet per minute once you've gotten to the 1,000 foot above the touchdown zone. If you're dropping down at 1,000 feet per minute, that's 1 minute before you smack the ground hard. All right. Your plane will generally take a 500 foot per minute descent pretty well. 1,000 foot, you're breaking shit. That's the way it works. Okay, so you should be stabilized in IMC before the final approach fix. Not every approach has a final approach fix, and you guys don't know what that is yet, but bottom line is there's a thing on the chart that you'll be like, okay, I should be stabilized before this point, or before 1,000 feet AGL. All right, and then in VMC, or if you're doing a circle to land approach, and that's where you're going to come out of the clouds, but the runway you want to use is not lined up with you. So you drive around, and it's kind of like flying a pattern, but you fly it closer in, and it's sometimes lower than a normal pattern. You should be stabilized at 500 feet AGL or the minimum descent altitude, whichever's lower. And that's what I said. There are some where the pattern's like 300 feet for a circle to land. I won't do it, but there are people that will. All right. So stabilized approach concept, that is going to come up in your orals. And it's part of your crew resource management. It's just knowing where you're going to be stabilized. And it's also part of your decision making, your ADM, because you will go missed if your approach at any point becomes unstabilized below 1,000 feet or below 500 feet, whichever one of these it is. If you're suddenly wildly off to the side or pitched way up, you're just going to go around. You're going to go missed. You're going to be very careful, and I'm horrible about this. In IFR, you go missed approach. That is a specific action. You are going to follow specific instructions and guidance. You are not going around. Going around is what you do in VFR. Going around, you fly the pattern. You do not fly the pattern if you go missed, unless you're specifically told to. All right. ILS tips and techniques. Fly a proper constant rate descent. If you can fly 90 knots and 450 to 500 foot per minute descent, that's going to help. Stop the needle first, then correct it. Learn to do that, and you will stop overcorrecting the airplane. Small adjustments instead of big S-turns. Make small corrections. All right. And then this, I didn't know where to stick it. One of the things you have to do on your check ride is a 45-degree steep bank turn in instrument conditions.
I'm going to stop you right there. I did not do any of that stuff. Neither did the last instrument student.
Really? Mm-hmm. I got to go back and look. It used to be a mandatory maneuver.
Yeah, we did unusual attitudes, but there was no stalls in the clouds and there was no steep turns in the clouds or under the hood for the check ride.
Oh, yeah, so stalls I was with, but steep turns, it's definitely in the ACS. I don't know that it's still a mandatory. So the other thing is doing steep turns will just make you a better pilot. I mean, you've all done steep turns, right? Towards private? And do they kick your ass? No. They still kick my ass. I don't know. Steep turns are like the bane of my existence. Anyway, 45 degrees. The sky pointer is in the first big gap. It's how they work. Your primary. So, what do you think your primary for pitch is going to be for a steep turn?
Attitude indicator.
True.
What do you for pitch?
Actually, no. PSI.
It's altimeter.
Altimeter. It's your altimeter. You're supposed to maintain the same altitude. You're gonna fly in at 6,000 feet. You're gonna do a steep turn at 6,000 feet. How do you get feet? You look at the altimeter and you keep the altimeter where it's supposed to be. All right. Primary for bank.
That's gonna be attitude indicator.
100%. There's no other thing that tells you 45 degrees bank except the attitude indicator. So attitude indicator, and then power.
Airspeed.
Airspeed. You're supposed to maintain within plus or minus 10 knots on your airspeed. So, look at that. We can sort out primary pitch, bank, and power for a 45-degree steep turn. All right, and then 2 more slides, guys. We're good. So, flight director. And in fact, I learned this today. So, on most flight directors, you get these 2 little yellow things. And these are your flight director bars.
What's a flight director?
So flight director is...
It's in 698.
698 has one, but... So usually they're incorporated with autopilot systems. But a flight director is where a computer tells you what control inputs will give you what you want to have happen based off of what's put into the navigator. All right? I bring this up mostly because if you have autopilot and you turn the flight director on first, what you do is you nestle the little airplane inside the flight director bars, like you're lining up the sights of a gun. You get it where it's supposed to be, and if you can keep it there, so like if you're flying straight and then the GPS says you're going to make a left-hand turn, when you get close to the GPS to the turn, the flight director bars will bank, and then you just bank with them, and you'll make that turn right on the radius you're supposed to make. You'll be right where you're supposed to be. If you fly with the flight director before you hit the autopilot on, you won't even feel it when the autopilot connects. All right. So, and on an approach, the flight director will give you cues about how much up and down pitch you need to have if the system's there. 698 has a flight director, right? That's a pretty nice autopilot, actually. The only difference is these little bars are purple and the little airplane's yellow, right?
Yes.
It's like two little bars too, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's not the little triangle in the middle there. So we have the yellow bars that you're pointing at, and then on the outside of them would be another set of purple bars for the flight director.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, this was in the chapter. I wanted you to know that a flight director's in there. When you're in with, this is one of those things that you've never seen before. You'll get in a plane and we'll turn on the flight director and go, okay, see, there you go. I always turn my flight director on in case my autopilot suddenly does something weird. Because if you're in autopilot and the flight director shows the command of an action and nothing happens, you disconnect your autopilot and figure out why. All right. So what questions do you all have for me tonight? I threw a lot at you. All right, for next week, we're going to be doing Chapter 4, Humans, the Plane Brain. This is human factors, decision-making processes, crew resource management, single pilot resource management, risk management. Absolutely sit down and just draw circles over the course of the next week to really get a feel for it. And for those of you who have finished your private, or if the weather is just super crappy, you can get on the schedule and come do basic ATD time and start getting a feel for the scan. That the BATD has the scan little cues written right underneath them. It's $40 an hour plus paying an instructor, and it's the type of thing that I can sit with you for a little while, get you started, and then you can stop paying me. You can just pay for the BATD for a while and practice and figure out what you get, what you don't get. You will get the most bang for your buck if you've drawn a whole bunch of those little circles and just drawn it and played with it and drawn it and played with it and drawn it and played with it and go from there. And the first thing you'll do is sit down and fill out that sheet to figure out and to be honest with you, I don't know what the settings are on the BATD 172 that's programmed into it. So we'll sit down and play with it and figure it out.
I just ask Nicole if they still do these. If they still sell them. For people who are going to do the Redbird.
The Redbird gift things?
Yeah.
I believe they do. Actually,
Not the matter. For those of you who don't have one.
So I have one last thing, sorry. And I forgot because it's hidden back here. So today, Nicole, Callie, and I sat down and we made a Northern Air classroom in Google Classrooms. So there's one for the IFR ground school and there's one for the private ground school. That code right here, in fact, I'll make it big. So if you can join the classroom as a student, you will have access to a drive right here. So I'm going to go back to the beginning classroom here. So these are the two classrooms. IFR, I'm going to change this up here at some point, but right now it's the blue one. It says IF. So it's the IFR ground school. So that's the link to last week's YouTube, and I'll just add the next week's after I get it cleaned up a little bit. I did take like a bunch of the garbage off at the beginning of it. I don't edit it much. Trim it up and throw it out. So that's that. And then if you go to this Google Drive right here, if you're in the class, you'll be able to get and I've been dumping FAA documents into the folder. These are the documents I use for research. I dropped last week's slideshow, and then the instrument syllabus is just right there in the root folder. This is where I will start putting stuff that I think is interesting, that sort of thing. And then if you've got questions or things like that, you can go on that little chat place on the front, so that if 6 of you have the same question, I can answer it once, and then you can just read down through the chat. But so it is not required that you join the Google Classroom. It was just a way to make things available to you. Slides will go up after we have class, in part because I don't get done doing them until about 20 minutes before you guys get here. That's not a joke. But also in part because I want to talk through them before you try to decipher some crappy slide I make that was incomplete. There are notes in the slides. Sometimes it's extensive, sometimes it's super, super sketchy. It just depends on how comfortable or uncomfortable I am with it. You get a pretty good idea really quickly of what I really feel like I know and what I feel like I need some help with. So, hopefully this is helpful. That's all I got until next week.
What do we book when we book that?
BATE.
So it's not on the circle, so just book the instructor and write the BATD in the notes there.
I'm planning to go to
Okay.
So we all know.
We'll talk to Callie too, because
6:30.
like I said,
Is that with Nicole or you or
I could make it.
or do we need?
I would do it with Bill.
do it with me and Dave's pretty busy, so Dave you have to call and get on his schedule. So just so you know, I am here Monday through Wednesday. And I mean, like, literally, I get here Monday at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I leave Wednesday after my last student. And as we move forward, like there's times where you can use the simulators on your own and get value out of it, and I'll be blunt with you and say, yeah, hey, you can do it. You're probably going to be the one who can do that very quickly. Getting ready for an IPC, for example, yeah, we'll sit down and do a couple setups for you, and then you may say, okay, hey, I feel like I need more practice. You don't necessarily need to pay $65 an hour for me to sit there and watch and figure things out.
Yeah.
You're not going to kill yourself. We can throw you in and let you run the simulator, and then when you're closer to ready, I can come in. There's specific things I have to log you doing for an IPC. Once you're current, I don't know why people don't do it. You should schedule to be in the instrument, in the sim, at least every other month for an hour or 2 hours. Because if you shoot one approach every month, you will never go out of currency. But you can't get back in currency without renting a plane and doing a circle plan. There's at least 2 tasks you have to do in a real airplane. So most of it you do in the sim. And if you can fly in a sim, frankly, it's harder than flying in a plane.
Where are you at?
I'm almost like cross country.
When I first started with Dave, I spent 1 hour.
Oh, like an old Nebraska kind of thing?
Even just strictly check right? Theoretical always practice. Schedule it cross country. Really good.
Yeah, now you can actually link your iPad to it.
So more training
And it will-
other stuff.
It'll show up on your iPad if you've got.
Still counts as cross country time if you go somewhere
That kind of
else.
stuff.
So a trick to get
I don't know.
reading about that.
Hopefully they'll seem helpful.
If you want to schedule this training inside any of our board books, you want to go there.
We do, just get with Callie.
I'm pretty sure I bought one hour. And you can do it on the too. And so you can.
Oh, Shem Jabaz?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're not cheap. I like the way he explains things. So yeah.
Yeah, Jim, he was wondering, I was asking, what we gotta do to get you interested? He's like, I don't know, I need to get some twin time. Well, Dave and I were asking, we were talking about, wondering if you need twin training for your twin.
Thanks,
So I don't do it in my sim, and it's mostly because I don't like, so the big bore engines don't do well with like shutdowns.
Yeah.
And you know, I've got one I'm already over T1 on.
Gotcha.
So, you know, I put 100 hours on the plane last year, but it was 100% lines or tables.
Yeah.
So
That makes sense.
I am I'm not insured to do instruction. I've done some for Nicole, but usually it was in conjunction with something else I was doing.
Yeah.
Like I would go to state night burns, and Nicole was here, and I'm like, well, get in, and I'll have you fly IFRs. And all I have to do is hit ground 3 times. Boom, boom. So I'm like, okay, well, you fly over. I'll do instrument instruction. I get to walk all the time.
Yeah, 6, 9, or 8 is technologically advanced.
And she
So,
is
like
like
commercial.
Yeah.
So, but her and I
I
are
already have like 20 hours.
this week we're working on just figuring out some things with sales. I'm gonna start putting together a
He started
multi-course.
and
using
Sim. It's like always.
We're gonna get to like to a certain point, and then she has a place in Canada
18
that does
people are going to be
and
driving.
do a multi-engine
Yeah,
add-on and a Canadian conversion in the same week.
Yeah. So 6, 9, or 8 is nice. And that's what you're going to use for IFR.
Yeah. So if you
Like,
like,
well,
kind of ready to fly it.
Same
Yeah.
price. Like a technologically advanced
Well,
and
appreciate it.
cross countries.
Good to see you, everyone.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah, I
by the way,
grinding concrete.
you're like getting
So my eyes are a little bit wet.
Been grinding concrete.
Yeah, someone else is trying to
Clip it on.
My eyes are working.
Like you're not sitting there.
I think we got a bunch of Shem's kids in the other class, don't we?
Yeah,
I'm getting there. I'm trying to.
My daughter actually is doing some of the, well, she's still scheduled to do.
I don't know. Probably
I gotta do
small
Okay.
glass, but
One
yeah,
minute
I
classes,
know a lot of
just
people
sure.
fly the
You got
spectral
one.
route up there.
There's like 3 Johnsons.
I like
It's one clear day.
I like that small flying.
How long are we?
Except for Dallas, I'm still terrified.
Oh, okay.
They took it last year, and then worked with
I can just never like.
So they're doing a refresher.
I can just text you conversation. So I turn this into that. Yeah, exactly. So it's like I don't even once you understand it, you're like,
that's how I know. But I do know I don't flying.
but you haven't.
Good
I
time.
don't even know
Have a good one.
Have you been to
Couple guys in shorts up there. And you're just chilling. Have a good one.
But I actually like
guys just like sitting up.
I like your pressure.
I
was walking out all that
so cheap.
Well, yes, it's
until I got so aggressive to non-tower, and it's still worse. Because nobody, we don't know what to do. So I go to the glacier, it's only 5 miles long. It's like a 20 mile.
I gotta say, I guess
fast.
just on my phone myself, I feel we come with me. So
Easy. Just backtrack, also tell you where to go. Like, I feel like you don't follow the instructions. Just tell you to go.
exactly. That's what I didn't know. It's like I need to go
on the same roadway that someone landing on, or all kinds of crap going. That's fine, you know, like, it was terrible. So, I much rather go to Coward.
I do it too.
Like, please,
I call something like
you know, like, you get out there with no one. Yeah.
and I'm leaving at work for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's really easy. And so it's like, and I can't believe we did that solo across the country. Also, I was told that when we were after the tower, my 3 takeoff landings. We got through 2 of them. My flat froze up and come down. So I did no flat landing, and I was like, they told me to taxi back to the internet. I said, I'm requesting a taxi to the tower from via Delta. My flaps aren't really working, so taxi back. We got cold and came back here without flaps. But yeah, my flat was so cold today. We went over there that it was like negative 38 or something Celsius at altitude. Yeah, we were all laying up and it was freezing. Anyway, so the flaps wouldn't come down. So I just requested easy. But if I wouldn't have had a tower, I would have paid. There are people all over the place. We'd go nuts. So
Well,
much rather have a tower.
they were having, I went to Glacier, same sort of deal, I dropped people off at the tower. I was terrible with, I was scared of towers.
Mhm.
And I went up and met the guys.
Yeah, so you're the one with there. Yeah.
So the one time I dropped the pole and did my 3 takeoffs and landings, and the one time I come in, there was another jet coming in, and he was, we just timed it wrong, but I told him to do 360 for space. And so I just did a standard rate 360 for space, and then talked to them like normal, and they were just totally, well, they were a little bit nervous that I was gonna make them too fast. And so he just asked me if I slow my rate of turn down and continue on. Yeah, when it is way less scary than I thought.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but if you get stuck in that situation without a tower,
Yeah.
then you just hope you don't get it, right? So yeah, much easier. And I'm sure once you get more advanced, it's a lot less scary.
I flew in Coeur d'Alene for a while. You've probably flown down there.
Yeah.
And the intersecting runways there, or whatever.
Yeah.
That was terrible because there were quite a few times where there would be someone at the 1,500 foot traffic pattern altitude trying to make runway 24, and I was trying to make runway 20, and someone was on final for 20. And so, you know, you got 3 aircrafts in that specific area trying to make, you know, and what do you do? It's just, yeah.
Pay attention, look, visualize, leverage ADS-B. I like to fly with a Stratus.
Yeah.
So my iPad has traffic on it too. But yeah, I flew into Coeur d'Alene one day and there were 7 people in the pattern for 20.
Yeah.
And there were 2 planes coming in for 6.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and one of the guys was a total jackass.
That's always in Coeur d'Alene. I'm not sure why.
There's a lot of.
On my first solo flight, I had someone. Yeah. I had someone.
But not the Jet Center guys that are assholes, to be honest. It's the locals that are mad that there's that many people that are flying in their space.
Yeah, my first solo there, I took off, I was taking off 20, and that's left traffic pattern, and runway 2 is right traffic pattern. And someone was coming in on the right traffic pattern, they were right downwind for runway 20. And so I didn't know if they'd made a mistake or not, I was taking off. Actually, I was turning crosswind, so I was going to be in and up on downwind with on the outside of the runway. So like I said, 66 limit is that right or left downwind. And he said right downwind for 20 at publish. And so I just left the traffic pattern. Well, it's probably a 6-mile loop just to let him get in and land. And airport ops actually stepped in and said, all traffic for 20
Yeah.
But it would just the nerve instantly. I started coming down in person. So
Yeah.
I said, I was like, oh, where did I screw up? Did I not read that right? Or,
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I think that's a standard Coeur d'Alene.
yeah.
Me and Nicole went in there one time and she had to take control like 3 times. We were just trying to get down in the pattern because there were so many planes that weren't where they said they were.
Yeah.
Like we were looking, we were like, they said they were in downwind going for or whatever. We looked down there, we were like above all of it, and there was no one anywhere near it. Like we were looking at it like, what? For what? So yeah, it's terrible.
They get it. Supposedly, Coeur d'Alene gets twice as much traffic in the summer as Spokane International.
Coeur d'Alene's not an international airport, is it?
No, yes.
It's just small local.
They have a jet center, and they have a.
Well, it's also during the summer, they do get a temporary tower. Because of all the fire, and so part of the reason their numbers are so big is how many fire launches are done.
I should say that it's twice as many takeoffs and landings.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I actually live in Newman Lake.
You do?
Okay. So I live on Ellerport. So the little airport there between Phelps Field and Coeur d'Alene. So 5 miles to Phelps, 5 miles to Coeur d'Alene.
The airport.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was over that when I flew up. That was sick. Okay.
So I live in the gigantic blue house. All the houses are pretty big. Every turns out a point.
Yeah, the guy is sick.
So you want to be careful doing that actually, because like one of my neighbors flies a MD-88 fire bomber, and when he's up here, because he flies out Coeur d'Alene sometimes in the summer, they will overfly the house all the time. They usually call us. We get a text message. Text message, and the MD-88 comes and flies over about 1,000 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Then we got another guy. He used to fly a Lear, and now he's flying a Falcon, so a tri-jet. And he's overflown the house a few times.
He's flying out of Coeur d'Alene.
What's that?
He's flying out of Coeur d'Alene.
He flies out of Seattle, actually. But he flies flew to Paris a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know, of course. So that's what he does. And then I fly a 340 in out there. I keep it up here.
Out of the airport.
Yeah.
Serious.
Yeah. Yeah, our runway is almost as long as this one. We're 3,800 feet, we're just narrower,
Yeah.
and we got trees on the ends. And when I say trees on the ends, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were
what I find
Troy,
fascinating is how tiny the world becomes when they start talking private aircraft, private jets.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff. It's crazy.
in November, I flew from here to Las Vegas, spent 4 days in Vegas, flew from there to New Orleans, spent 1 day in New Orleans, flew from there to Orlando, spent about a week in Orlando, flew from Orlando to Toledo, and then flew back here. Oh, I stopped in Glasgow, Montana, and then flew, because that's when I had the big 78 knot headwinds. So we stopped in Glasgow and spent the night. I spent Thanksgiving in Glasgow, Montana with my wife, and it was awesome. The restaurant, the hotel picked us up at the airport. There was a restaurant in the hotel, and they had Thanksgiving dinner, and it was served like family style. So it was just, and it was awesome. Like the people that cooked it knew how to cook a damn turkey. So I just ate till I was sick. I must have eaten 6 pieces of freaking pumpkin pie. And we spent the night in it was a nice clean hotel. The next morning they drove us back to the airport. It was cold as balls the next morning, but got up and then flew back here. Well, actually I flew back to the house. So I landed at the house, dumped my wife off there, and the next morning my neighbor Kenny and I got in my plane because he'd never flown in it. And it was his first time ever flying a twin plane. And I let him take off with an airport. And so we took off and we flew up from Ellerport at like 4,000 feet and just flew up Ponderay. In the 20 out, burning a ridiculous amount of gas.
That's a right?
Yeah, it's a supercharged,
Okay, yeah.
but yeah, because it's also pressurized.
Yeah, okay. Very good.
So it's a fun plane.
Yeah. What year?
77.
Isn't it crazy how you can do that with planes?
Yeah.
Like,
Keep 'em
you see a
going
car from 1977, I was like, holy, that is maintenance.
Up until about a year ago, I had a 1968 Mustang.
Why would you get it?
Why would you? It's like best car in the world.
Because my son drove it to work in the middle of winter, and on the way home, he had a quartering head-on that just the snow pushed them both to the middle, and he had a quartering head-on and basically totaled it. Now, it was my dad's car. I got it when he passed away. I decided I didn't want to rebuild. I'd already rebuilt it once. I had a full frame-off restoration done. And so, here's the truth about classic cars. They're kind of cool to own. They suck to drive. They're just not comfortable. They don't heat up. I had air conditioning put in it, but like you want to overheat all the time. And,
Hard to look at. And drive.
That's the best.
yeah, so they take up space in your damn garage. Is what they do. So, but my sister decided she wanted it, so I bought it back from the insurance company for salvage, and then she bought it from me. And then I was way overinsured on the cars. I mean, something money and so it's actually in a shop right now being rebuilt. Frame up restoration from a shop in Grangeville, Idaho. I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm just looking for a place to do that, because I have my great granddad's 51 Chevrolet he bought me.
That's cool.
So I need to get that. I need to find, it's a Chevy coupe. So 51 Chevy. Yeah. My granddad bought a new 50.
My father-in-law actually did the restoration for me. Took about 2 years, and I just sent him a credit card, and he would be like, "Well, this is what I need to do now. I'm gonna go buy that shit." So, and he was. So my father-in-law's dead now too. But he was insanely meticulous, and the guy that's rebuilding it right now is like, whoever did this work before is unbelievable. He's like, these welds are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, he probably did them 6 times. But yeah, it was super pretty when it was running and all that. But the other thing is like I didn't have shoulder straps in it. I'm just happy my son wasn't killed.
Yeah.
That he walked away from the accident. And then we have what was it, 2011 Tesla Roadster,
Sick. The old roads.
the original
Yeah,
Roadster.
that's sick.
Yes. Ended up with that being the weirdest story ever. My son needed a car. My wife had a Corvette. It's like a 2001 Corvette. I forgot what year it was. She had this Corvette. Well, we had found out long after we had bought it that it had a flood type. The people that sold it to us, actually, it was an illegal sale. The company, the dealership that sold it to us went out of business because we're doing illegal activity. But so we had this flood title car. So you can't sell it for shit. There's no value. And then my son is the kind of kid that, like, he's not a speeder, he's not a race car driver. My daughter, God knows, she was never having a car. My son, we're like, my wife was like, well, he needs a car. And she goes, I would like to get a Tesla. And she's like, I found one, a used Tesla. What if we buy this Tesla and we'll give Pierce the Corvette? I'm like, I'm good with that. And so we scheduled to go test drive this used Tesla. And it was at a Mercedes, a Mazda dealership. And we get there, and I'm like, well, we just sold it. He's like, it's gone. And we're like, it literally was listed like 4 hours ago. And I'm like, yep. People walked in, saw it, immediately bought it. He goes, but we have another Tesla. It's just weird. It's just weird. I'm like, well, what's weird about it? I was like, well, because it's not a Model S. He's like, it's a Roadster. And my wife's like, well, we'll test drive it. So we took it out and test drove it. And that thing's a fucking rocket ship.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like a ridiculous. It's like a golf cart that does 130.
Yeah.
And it does it instantly.
Yeah.
The funnest thing about it is 0 to 60, the Tesla and the Corvette were about even. 60 to 120, the Tesla destroys the Corvette. And then the Corvette catches back up and blows past you 200 and change.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
But there's no power up. There's no.
There's no power curve. It's just a ramp. And so my favorite thing to do in that stupid car is to pull up next to somebody on the freeway doing 60 miles an hour and kind of look at them and just go, poof! And you get, at 60 miles an hour, you get this 60 to 120 is 4 seconds. Same as from 0 to 60, 4 seconds. So, but yeah, so my wife, I made them a ridiculously low offer on that car, and they jumped. They're like, we want to get rid of it. It had been in a barn for years. It only had 12,000 miles on it.
Oh, that's what it is.
So, in fact, Tesla, when I went to go get like annual service done on it, right after we bought it, because it had been sitting for 12 years, they came and picked it up on a flatbed truck. Took it to Austin because there was no Tesla service we were in San Antonio. Took it to Austin because there was no service. Did a full service. The entire service cost me $600. They flatbedded the truck both to and from, brought it back.
That costs more than $600.
And then they reinstated my warranty. They gave me a 0-day warranty because they wanted me to be a happy customer. And so they did $10,000 in repairs and upgrades to it for free.
This is before Tesla was huge, right? What year was it?
Well, 2013.
Yeah, so this is before you really took off. But he's still in SpaceX.
So we still have that car. It's in my hangar right now.
It doesn't connect to other Teslas, does it? I heard that was an upgrade they were thinking of doing was being able to talk to other Tesla drivers.
So,
Voice chat, proximity chat.
in fact, to get service now, you have to have an app. But the Tesla Roadster isn't included in the app. So it's a pain in the ass getting it into service because, like, they don't, the way Tesla is set up, they don't have like lots of phone numbers that you can call. So you have to drive to the service center. You got to stand there and explain to them 16 times that it's a 2011 Roadster and you want service on it. And then they have to find somebody in their system that can do a Roadster service because they don't have, not everybody can. So that's a little bit of a pain in the ass. But we have an original Tesla Roadster.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
That's the one. Is that the one in space?
Yeah, I think that's what they launched as the original.
Yeah.
That's sick.
The joke with that being able to talk to other Teslas was said something about like road rage and it'll be like a Call of Duty.
Yeah, Call of Duty.
He's so funny.
It'd be so much less violent though.
Yeah.
So you need to get out of your car, scream at somebody, and just go back and forth, and still have back flats out.
That'd be my mom's dream. She always screams and they can't go. She's like,
Yeah, now you're what?
I do that. Truck driver, I used to be a truck driver.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
well, your life's 10 times worse than something that's you off.
But yeah, because I was like, you do realize I can't stop when I have to like,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was probably the most frustrating thing is
You drive a truck?
I used to. Yeah.
I grew up on a farm,
Okay.
so I wasn't a truck driver, but I drove tractor trailers.
Yeah.
I pulled up to triples.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
245s and a 20.
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest I've ever pulled, I used to haul oversized stuff. 16.6, 18 feet tall, and 60 feet long. And that with people trying to pass you on narrow roads and people that won't pay attention to your flag car. I've had people, the flag car will be standing outside their vehicle at the end of a 7 mile straight stretch, or 7 mile really narrow stretch. That's Salmon, Idaho. Just the other side of Salmon, Idaho. They'd be standing in their lane with the stop sign. They'll go around and try to pass me. They're just 16 feet wide. It's enough to make a guy, he'll lose his pretty quickly.
Go around the flag.
Around the stop sign. It has as much authority as a stop sign at the end of the road. You know, if a cop sees you do that, they will.
But in Salmon, I don't know. They know it's not going to see him. So they just go. If there's a cop, he's not going to.
Yeah. And no, I wasn't a big stickler about that kind of stuff, but I just pull off the side of the road while I get around. Rather people go home safe and prove a point, you know.
Yeah, you didn't need that big, did you?
Yeah. Hey, I had that happen one time. Somebody didn't even slow down and I was completely stopped. I was hauling the manufacturer shed. And I had the shed up against the guardrail on the corner. I had it touching the guardrail on the outside. And they came around and smacked their mirror on the corner of my shed. Probably still doing probably 45 miles an hour. And then they wanted to scream at me for it's like you just passed the stop sign back there.
Right, all we buildings.
So we're in Bosnia, and we actually kept a box of mirrors because you would hit people so often. Mirrors, and they would just explode. And Bosniaks would pass you anyway. They didn't care. Anyway. And so we're driving Humvees. You know, military vehicle. I've got a mounted freaking machine gun on top. And so we're driving down the road one day, and this guy decides to pass us. And I'm in the passenger seat. One of my subordinates is driving the thing, and he goes, "Holy shit!" And then the car next to us exploded, just shrapnel. He tried to pass us, and he ran head on into a truck.
That took more than a year to fix.
Yeah.
The entire side of my truck looked like it had been just sandblasted. Just spackled. There was nothing left of anybody in that car. That car was just shrapnel.
Life's cheaper.
Was that?
Life's cheaper in other countries.
The roads is nuts. Have you seen like video of like the roads in India?
Yeah.
Dude, the more
I
snipers.
wouldn't even try to walk on that. I fly over it.
You can probably look on he's got a body shop right now. He married a girl from the middle.
Yeah.
And she was crossing the highway over here with my sister one time. And my sister just kind of made the motions to some of the car that she could cross. And it's rolling like about E1. And the car stopped and let her cross. And that girl from the Philippines, she never did this in the Philippines. She said the protocol for if you hit somebody over there is like the buses that carry people, you back over and make sure they're dead. Because if you don't, if you maim them, you have to pay for all their medical. And if you don't, it was their problem. It's just kind of brutal.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, guys.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you.
I hope you feel like you're getting something out of it.
Yeah.
Alright?
Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. That is our class. Yeah. There, do it.